Black Frost, Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Beginning. Spring, 1986. Darkness. That's all the boy really knew. What he wouldn't give for some light. Light was pure and kind and loving. Light would save him, he was sure of it. Be careful what you wish for. The cupboard door that was the boy's barrier to that fantastic light finally opened, revealing a wail of a man with a stern expression on his face. Now, I don't want any more funny business from you, boy. You got that? The portly man yelled. All the poor boy could do was nod his head, as he had been starved for 5 days, only given water at night by his aunt as she did not want him to die in their house. Most people would think that she was trying to help, but she only did it for herself, as it would be improper for her to have a dead child in her home. When the man got the confirmation that he needed, he shoved a packet of paper into the boy's face, waving it in front of him to gain his attention, although it had never been lost in the first place. This is a list of your chores around the house, and if you don't complete these before the weekend is up, you'll be in there for a week. You hear? Again, the boy could only nod, before he mechanically began to get up in order to start a list of chores as long as he was tall. Good-for-nothing brat, the older man growled as he walked away to go to work, fantasies of beating his fellow employees for the number of sold drills for the month. A shadow of a boy, no older than 5, crawled out of a cupboard under the stairs to begin his duties, already trained and conditioned to follow orders or suffer the consequences. Before he started his work, he ate the food that the Dursleys left out for him, a simple slice of bread and a glass of water. After inhaling the meager amount of food, he went outside to start the day. His first duty was to pull the weeds in the garden by hand because the Dursleys apparently did not trust him enough to handle any tool to ease the burden of his task. Getting on his hands and knees, the young boy droned through his work, trying not to think about the fact that this treatment was torture, or the reasoning behind the torture in the first place. He tried not to think about the reason for why his own family did not love him as he scrubbed the already spotless stove once again. He tried not to think about the beatings that he would get at night from a drunken Vernon as he organized the already perfect living room. He tried not to think about that night when Vernon got really drunk and, almost as if a dam had burst, tears began to fall from the young boy's eyes, soaking the ground as he painted the already clean white fence white again. Why do they do this to me? Why? XXXXXXXX. Late April 1986. Why? Why does he do this to me? The young boy once again found himself running for his life and away from his overweight cousin and his pack of goons as they chased him throughout the schoolyard. They were currently playing Harry Hunting, a game that they came up with where they would chase Harry around, and once they caught him, beat him up and insult him. Needless to say, Harry hated Harry Hunting. I have to hide, I have to hide, I have to hide, he repeated, looking around frantically for an escape from this hell. Turning around the corner of the large school building, the boy suddenly felt a surge of power inside of him before feeling as if he were being squeezed through a small tube. After a moment of the uncomfortable sensation and a loud crack, Harry found himself sitting on top of the school roof, many yards away from his demented cousin and his friends. No. Freaking way! He gasped aloud, fearful for a moment that he was going crazy. I am in so much trouble. XXXXXXXX. The day after 1986. After his debacle the day before, Harry went straight to the one place that he could call his refuge, the library. Scanning through all of the numerous books in the familiar building, he finally stumbled upon the one that he had been searching for, Teleportation. Is It Possible? By Peter Wayne. Flipping through the book, he found a list of theories, some dating as far back as the time of the Egyptians. For once in Harry's life, the dull and robotic look that normally accompanied his face was gone, replacing it with a vibrant smile and a merry gleam in his eyes. This is it, he thought, this is my ticket out of here. With some practice and a couple of years, I'll be out of this hellhole. XXXXXXXX. And so, the boy spent weeks practicing, trying desperately to recreate the circumstances that allowed him to teleport before, but to no avail. Harry intentionally put himself by Dudley's gang, hoping for them to chase him again, and they did, but it still didn't work. Dudley still found him and beat him, and he was no closer to achieving his goal. After trying for the billionth time, the boy let out an irritated sigh, falling to the ground in exhaustion. Why? Tears began to stain the ground as Harry wept once again for his cursed life. Am I ever going to get a break? He asked himself, before looking up to see Dudley and his gang grinning at him from a couple meters away. Harry sighed again and picked himself up, giving the boys a hate-filled glare that seemed to scare the more weak-willed ones. I guess not. Without warning, he turned and ran away from the other children, determined not to get caught by them. Anger and hate filled up within him, and when the boy finally turned around the exact same corner that he had before, he once again felt the uncomfortable squeezing and heard the loud crack, before being deposited across the street and landing in some bushes. Panting and feeling extremely exhausted, Harry's body sagged to the ground as he was unable to move on. Even so, he still found that he could smile, for he had finally done it. I guess now I know what fuels it. Emotion. XXXXXXXX. After practicing for months on end and at any time that he could away from prying eyes, Harry had finally managed to learn how to travel short distances on a whim, with the only thing announcing his arrival being a soft pop, instead of a loud cracking noise. Although he knew that he would not be able to get any more silent at this stage, it still infuriated him to no end. However, he was still content with his new ability because he could freaking teleport. How cool was that? Now, every time that the rotten Dursleys locked him in that foul cupboard, he just popped away at night to enjoy the fresh air and the feeling of freedom. With the combination of Vernon and Dudley's snores, he was certain that no one could hear him exit and enter back into the house, but in order to be safe, he only did this at around 4 a.m. so that he could be even more certain that he wouldn't be detected. One night during winter break, the young boy decided to see if he could push his powers even further and go a larger distance. Sitting cross-legged on his poor excuse for a mattress, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on the one place that he would always want to go to, his sanctuary. Peeking his eyes open, he found that he was still in his room, but also saw that his toy soldiers that he always played with began to magically float. I think I'll store that one for later. Closing his eyes again, he tried his old method when he was first starting out, focusing on all of the anger and hate that he felt for the Dursleys and this cruel world, and how the only place that would save him would be his sanctuary. What he found this time, however, would be another one. Instead of teleporting to the library, or even going halfway, the young boy found himself in another place entirely. Snow and ice as far as the eye could see surrounded him, and it seemed as if it would consume him except for one thing. This was his ice, his snow. This was his soul. Somehow, the boy knew this but could not think of a single reason as to why this would be. Deciding to explore a bit, he chose a direction at random, thinking that it would lead him to something, when another something impeded his progress. Where there had once been vast amounts of snow and ice, there was now a giant sphere blocking his view that could only be described as pure evil. The giant ball of nothingness was inky black and smelled of disease and death. As soon as the smell assaulted the boy's nose, he quickly covered it and turned away in disgust. That's in my soul, he thought, outraged that something as vile as that would take refuge in his heart. I will find a way to get you out, mark my words, he declared, glaring at the abomination before him. Filled with resolve, blue energy began to surround Harry, until suddenly, he felt a very familiar tug, and landed flat on his face inside of his other sanctuary. Damn, he croaked aloud, feeling just like he had when he first learned to teleport as he rolled over onto his back. Dragging himself off the floor, Harry surveyed his surroundings, making sure that he didn't accidentally alert anybody. Wait, is the librarian even here at this time? Shaking his head at his foolishness, he spun on his heel and made short trips back to the Dursleys' house, not even willing to call that place a home. Dropping down onto his makeshift bed, the young boy panted in exhaustion from the multitude of trips that he made in one setting. I've got to do that more often if I want to get stronger, he chided himself, before falling asleep to the image of him leaving his rotten relatives for good. XXXXXXXX. Over the course of the next year, Harry Potter, now 7, split his time between learning how to teleport longer distances and learning how to develop his new power, telekinesis. By January, he was able to finally levitate an object again, but that object was a feather from his pillow, and even that was a struggle for him. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be. By February, he was able to lift up his toy soldiers again. In order to practice this, he would levitate his soldiers and have them fight one another, which would have kept him entertained for hours if it wasn't for the Dursleys and their stupid chores. I will never let what happened that day happen again. Never. By March, he could easily lift both feathers and toy soldiers at the exact same time, not even really having to think about it except when he was using more than 3 of both. I wonder if I could make these things come alive. Once December rolled around, Harry, now 8, had moved on up to his feather-filled pillow and sheet, being able to lift both at the same time and make them move around his cramped cupboard. One day during winter break, Dudley had tried to sabotage Harry when he was making eggs, as he had not been able to pick on him at school any longer. Each time that he tried, Harry would always disappear. As the wail of a boy walked by the stove, he accidentally crashed into Harry, making the boy lose his grip on the pan and have it fall to the ground. Thinking quickly, Harry barely slowed its descent with his telekinesis and caught it midair, surprising Dudley and his aunt and uncle, who were watching the whole thing with crude smiles. "What was that freakishness, boy?" Vernon roared, already getting up and preparing to whip him until he screamed for mercy. "I just have good reflexes," the scrawny boy mumbled, already setting the eggs on the breakfast plates to serve to his horrid relatives. Vernon stared at the boy, and Harry found himself staring right back. This lasted for several tense seconds before Vernon felt a weird pressure in the back of his head, while Harry began to hear a loud shouting voice that resembled Vernon's but sounded sickly and, dare he say it, even more horrible. "Good-for-nothing nasty little brat. I should kill him. I should—" Harry quickly looked away, not willing to know what his slob of an uncle thought of him. The strange pressure went away from Vernon's head, and he was about to spout off some more nonsense when, as luck would have it, the mail carrier had come to deliver a package. Vernon began to put the idiotic boy and his antics out of his mind, focusing on the toy that he had bought for himself. A disgusting smile appeared on the man's face as he walked out of the kitchen, while Petunia sat there giving Harry a calculated look, or at least, as calculated a look as the abnormally skinny hag could muster. Deciding that his presence was no longer needed, the young boy left the kitchen and went back into his cupboard. "I hope that these people rot in hell. And what the hell was that? I can read minds too?" Giddy with excitement, the boy quickly began to work out a plan for how he would develop this new skill. "I'll have to use it on the kids at school. I don't exactly want to know what these idiots think of me. Yes, that'll work." Chuckling a bit at himself, Harry sank back down into his bed, levitating his sheet over himself with a flick of his wrist. Thoughts of gaining more power to escape his torment stayed with him the entire day. Chapter 2. A New Beginning. Sometimes all you can do is smile. Move on with your day. Hold back the tears and pretend you're okay. January, 1989. Dreams. They were the only thing that he had now. After discovering his latest ability, Harry Potter was actually excited to be going back to school, something that his abusive relatives quickly began to notice. As soon as Vernon was able to, he yanked the boy aside with his meaty hands and hissed, "I don't know what has gotten into you, boy, but I sure as hell better not hear of any freakishness from your school. You got that?" All Harry could do was weakly nod his head, as he internally cursed himself for showing emotion around his rotten wardens of the prison that they called a home. After shoving the young boy towards the front door, Vernon walked away with a cruel smile on his face, glad that he was still able to intimidate the little brat. Harry rubbed his tender shoulders, absently noting the slight bruises shaped like hands where the fat slob grabbed him. His eyes darkened as he stared at the retreating back of his uncle. "If I can find a way to support myself, I am going to kill him, very, very slowly." Satisfied with his line of thinking, he headed to school with Whale Jr., fully intent on practicing his new ability on his fellow classmates, not even feeling the slightest remorse for going through their private thoughts. "They're 8 anyways," he chuckled. "What do they really even have to hide? XXXXXXXX. After a day filled with the many different disturbing thoughts of a classroom packed with 8-year-olds, Harry had finally found a way to read the surface thoughts of his other classmate. Unfortunately, it also caused said classmates to get major headaches, with some of them even having to go home because it was too much for them. Nothing could possibly be traced back to Harry, of course, and that is exactly how he liked it. It would not do well to have his demented uncle find out that he might be a cause for the other children's headaches. Otherwise, he would get a serious beating when he got back to that place. In other news, Dudley had once again tried to catch Harry off guard. But if Harry was ever anything, it was always on guard. So, the little pig couldn't find his younger cousin anywhere, and never would if Harry had anything to say about it. Overall, the young boy found today to be one of his best, and in his mind, they could only get better. XXXXXXXX. March, 1989. Ugh, why can't the day just go faster? It's Steven's birthday party tomorrow. Did I put on underwear today? Oh well. Why is he staring at me? Stupid little freak. I wonder if John has that Batman action figure still. I should probably ask him. Harry found himself rolling his eyes every single time that he looked into another classmate's mind, not liking how easy their lives were. If only they knew how horrible life could be, he would always think, then maybe they wouldn't think such trivial things. His sour mood didn't last long, however, because of one solid fact. He could finally read their minds without giving them a headache. Today was truly another milestone for him, and he wasn't going to let anything spoil that. Maybe things weren't so bad, except for the fact that the Dursleys still didn't love him, or how they would still occasionally beat him, or how everyone thinks he's a freak because of them. Yeah, never mind. Life is still hell. Nevertheless, it's a hell where I can read minds, teleport, and use telekinesis, so I guess that's something, right? Right? Rubbing his eyes and giving out a sigh in frustration at his situation, the boy looked at the clock for the 7th time, just hoping that he would be able to make it through the day. XXXXXXXX. July 31st, 1989. Yet another year that I'm alive and I wish that I wasn't. Happy birthday to me. XXXXXXXX. September, 1989. Harry tried to keep a smile on his face when he saw the new girl, but for some reason, he just didn't have it in him anymore, focusing instead on his bare desk in front of him. I guess they're getting to me more than I thought, he mockingly chuckled, absently rubbing the fresh bruises that Vernon had inflicted, and the cuts that he hadn't. Is this seat taken? The new girl asked with an American accent and a slight hesitation in her voice. Looking back up at her, the young boy found that she astounded him in ways that no one had before. She had hair that looked like it was made of the sun and gold, with eyes as blue as ice, and a face covered in cute orange freckles. In short, she was the most beautiful girl that he had ever seen before. Says sure. Yeah, he stammered, internally cursing himself for so many reasons while he gestured towards the seat next to him. My name's Mayan, she offered, holding out her hand, which he took immediately. After a couple seconds of shaking, and an expectant look from the cute 9-year-old, the bumbling boy replied, Harry. Satisfied with that, the two turned back to the teacher, who had watched the whole thing with an impassive look before he started the lesson. Harry found himself stealing looks at the girl who made his heart race, wondering what he was feeling for the blue-eyed beauty. If only I could have eyes like those. XXXXXXXX. Over the course of the next couple of months, the two became inseparable, constantly eating with each other during their breaks and spending every moment that they could with one another. Harry had found out that Mayan had come from America because of her father's job, and had been constantly moving around because of it. It's rough, she would always say, but it's worth it. I've been able to see so many different places and people. I think of it like an extended vacation. No matter how hard he would try, Mayan would still get glimpses of the pain and sorrow that Harry kept bottled up inside. But no matter how many times she would confront him about it, he would always say, "Oh no, I'm fine," and then try to change the topic. Eventually, no matter how many times Dudley would pick on him or the Dursleys would warn him to stay away from her, the little boy who slept under the stairs had finally found an actual friend, and dare he admit it, a crush. However, like all good things, Harry's happiness would have to come to an end. October 31st, 1989. "You're what?" the almost frightened boy mumbled. "I'm leaving," the blue-eyed girl repeated. December 1989. The last day before break. It was raining. Not the typical showering that accompanied so many places in Britain, nor a light sprinkle that could be easily forgotten. This rain wanted to be noticed, but not overbearing. Two children stood outside the local public school, one with emerald eyes, the other with an icy blue, both feeling a heavy sadness in their hearts. "Here?" the blue-eyed girl offered with a smile, holding a box that was wrapped in a color almost exactly like that of her eyes. "Merry Christmas." A look of shock crossed the boy's face before giving his best friend a beaming smile, sarcastically gushing, "Oh, you shouldn't have." Mayan rolled her eyes at her friend's tone, already quite used to the bitterness and satire that always seemed to accompany it. "Just shut up and open it already." After giving her a look that clearly conveyed how he felt about receiving his first gift in his entire life, Harry carefully unwrapped the present, enjoying the impatient look on Mayan's face. When the box was unwrapped, the young boy carefully refolded the wrapping, explaining to his best friend, "It reminds me of your eyes. I might forget what they look like." Nodding her head in assessment, the girl motioned to the simple brown box, wanting him to open it and see what it was that she picked out for him. Inside was something that he would have never expected from the girl, a necklace and a small statue of a ferocious-looking wolf thing. After several tense seconds of silence, the girl giggled, "Sue, how do you like it?" expecting him to be completely confused. "Ah," Harry lamely replied, not knowing what to make of the present. After another bout of giggles, the young girl finally took pity on the boy, telling him, "It's an amarok." Seeing that he still looked confused, she continued, "It's a mythical beast, a sort of wolf beast that would hunt the hunters. I thought that it suited you perfectly." Harry gave his best friend a look of disbelief, asking, "Why would you think that? And don't wolves hunt in packs? With you leaving, I'm all alone again." Mayan let out a sigh in defeat, hoping that the present would cheer her friend up, but to no avail. "It may not seem like it now, but it will make perfect sense. I'm sure of it. When I saw it in the store, it just screamed you. Trust me?" she assured him, giving the boy one of those smiles that he always loved to see. "And besides, they don't have a pack." "And the necklace?" he inquired, holding up a black stone cut into a teardrop with a sharp edge and had what looked to be a question mark with a star for the dot decorated on it. A simple thick piece of yarn looped through the top of the stone, with a knot and a loop at the end for tying the necklace. "Well, that just looked cool," she answered, giving him a playful smirk. Harry sighed and shook his head, but still put the necklace on and pocketed the amarok statue. "Thank you." The two went back to sitting in silence, watching the last rainfall that they would ever see together again. Nothing else needed to be said. XXXXXXXX. Christmas, 1989.
4 Uhr nachts.
As the household of number 4 Privet Drive slept in their comfortable beds, not caring for the freak that slept under their stairs, 3 angry and slightly drunk men staggered up to the place they called home, knocking the front door wide open with a well-placed shotgun blast. Quickly climbing up the stairs before their target could call the police, they soon found themselves standing in front of an enraged, half-dressed Vernon Dursley with a shotgun of his own, wife and son behind him cowering in fear. "What the hell is this? Get out of my house at on dash." Another blast rung through the air as Vernon Dursley, husband, father, and abusive uncle, was killed right in front of his family, done in by a scorned employee. Screams filled the home as both wife and child tried to run away from the crazed men, but were both instantly felled by another round of bullets. With their work done, the men lit the house on fire, destroying any evidence that could be traced back to them. The whole time, a young boy with emerald eyes watched on in disgust before spitting on the grass that he had put so many years of work into. Shouldn't have been that painless. They should have suffered more. Still, Harry couldn't help but be happy with how the day had turned out. "This might just be the best Christmas that I've ever had." Walking away from the now burning home, the young boy didn't notice the red dome flicker and faded over the house, nor did he see that some of the broken pieces made their way into him. It wouldn't matter either way. He wouldn't understand it until much later anyways. XXXXXXXX. After walking through the snow for who knows how long, Harry decided to sit down and figure out a plan. He didn't have any money, but he could steal it. He didn't have a home, but he never had one anyways. Whatever, I know I'll figure it out. Laying back into the snow, he couldn't help but notice how he didn't feel the chill of the wind or the bite of the white powder beneath him. Has it ever bothered me? He wondered. Giving the snow an inquisitive look, Harry tried to levitate it with a flick of his wrist, finding that as soon as the thought occurred to him, the snow did his bidding. Huh. Interesting, he thought, not noticing his eyes flash a familiar icy blue for a split second. Interesting indeed. Chapter 3, Change. Your life does not get better by chance, it gets better by change. January 1st, 1990. Discovery. While all of the adults were spending their time raising their glasses in celebration of coming out of yet another year in life, a lone boy of 9 walked the cold and deserted streets of London. The boy, one Harry Potter, was fiddling with a new addition to his look that appeared the moment that the clock struck midnight. A single streak of pure white hair going horizontally across the right side of his head. The beginning of a new year. Suits this just perfectly, I suppose, he thought as he stroked the streak for the 7th time that night. What brought it on, though? Does it have something to do with my powers? Is something else going to change? Thoughts of changing into a strong and respected man accompanied the boy as he teleported from the desolate streets and to his worn-down one-bedroom apartment. It technically wasn't his, but as long as the landlord never heard him come in, which he never would due to the fact that the 9-year-old could now silently teleport longer distances, he was safe. Crashing onto his queen-sized bed, Harry began to think about his future and what it would entail now that those cretins were out of his life, absently fondling the necklace that Mayan had given him. I absolutely have to learn how to defend myself. I know that I shouldn't broadcast my powers. I don't want to be locked up in another prison. But what should I learn first? Rolling over to face a small window, he looked outside to see the white and powdery snow fall slowly down towards the trash-filled streets. If there is anything more beautiful than those eyes, it's that right there, he thought as he drifted off to sleep, dreaming of a world covered in ice and snow. January 2nd, 1990. After wandering about for a couple of hours, Harry had finally found a suitable establishment that would provide him with the needs to protect himself. A mixed martial arts studio. Stepping inside the small building housed between a grocer's and a laundromat, Harry instantly liked who he assumed to be the instructor, if the way that he didn't give Harry a second glance was any indication. Making sure to take off his shoes, the young boy found himself amazed at the level of mastery that the sensei had over his art, weaving and dodging between the blows of his students before taking each of them down with a few well-placed strikes. After watching the group practice for 30 minutes, the sensei called for a break in mid-strike, causing the others in the group to give him a look of confusion before they saw the young boy standing inside their dojo. The master made his way over to Harry with an impassive look on his face before asking, "Why are you here?" Harry felt as though the question was more loaded than most people would think, so instead of answering immediately, he took his time to think. I can't tell him that I'm all alone, but I can't exactly lie to him either. Something tells me he'd see right through it. I guess I'll go with a half-truth. I need to learn how to defend myself in the best way possible, he carefully answered. The sensei's eyes narrowed, giving the young boy a critical look that would probably make others squirm, but simply made Harry give him a defiant frown right back. After folding his arms and rubbing the bridge of his nose, the older man let out a sigh and explained, "You will begin tomorrow.
6 Uhr morgens.
We will build you up first. Be prepared." I will be. The sensei gave a snort in disbelief before going back to his students. Any thoughts of Harry gone as he concentrated fully on the task ahead of him. Harry simply backed out of the dojo, not seeing any other reason to be in there anymore. After letting out a sigh of his own, he found an abandoned alleyway and teleported back to his house, instantly collapsing on his bed to try to catch some sleep in order to prepare for his big day. XXXXXXXX. March 20th, 1990. 10 more, a soft voice commanded. Harry gave the man a dirty look before going back to the task that his sensei had laid out for him, starting yet another set of muscle-aching burpees. Now, what did you do wrong? The man asked as he circled around the young boy, seemingly unaware of how fatigued he was. Harry almost let out an irritated sigh before reining in his temper, not willing to get angry at his teacher. He knew that the man was taking a huge risk with him. If someone found out that he was spending his time here, who knows what could happen. I was too ruthless. I need to learn when to stop myself before things go too far. I need to know when it is more appropriate to simply defeat my enemy or break them. He breathed out in between jumping up and going down for a push-up, sweat pouring off his body in buckets. His sensei said nothing as he stroked his salt and pepper goatee, seemingly thinking about everything and nothing at the same time. Harry hated it when he did this, as some life lesson will surely come afterwards. And like most of the time, the 9-year-old wasn't wrong. You are one of the greatest students that I have ever had, the man finally proclaimed, shocking the young boy further into silence. You are incredibly fluid for your age. Young boys much older than you who, at the beginning would have easily wiped the floor with you, now can't even touch you. Your ability to learn and access is remarkable, bordering on prodigal. But I know that you have a darkness within you. I can see it every time that you work with others. Harry looked everywhere away from the man, not willing to admit that he was right. However, it is my duty to teach you about balance. I will not say that I am above hurting others when it is truly necessary. But senseless violence is exactly that. Senseless. I want you to remember that. Okay? The man finished, eyes pouring into his students, gazes locked in order to validate the seriousness of the situation. Finally, after a few tense seconds, Harry nodded his head, willing to be taught how to achieve this balance. Excellent. His sensei chuckled. Now, how about a little sparring match? The grin that accompanied Harry's face was enough of an answer, and the two immediately went into their respective fighting positions, with Harry using Shotokan and his master using his own technique. Begin, he announced quietly, before rushing his student, instantly catching Harry off guard and slamming him into the ground, 10 feet away. Ugh, the young boy groaned, shaking his head a bit before getting up and into his stance again. An iciness formed in the boy's eyes as he glared at his sensei, promising to make the sparring match much more difficult for him. The man only chuckled before getting back into his stance, beginning the match anew. XXXXXXXX. July 30th, 1991. Somewhere in London. 11:59 p.m. Ugh, hi, are people just naturally idiots? Or am I just the only good person in this stupid city? Harry asked himself, standing over a would-be mugger. Would-be because Harry had seen it happen. The idiot didn't even know what hit him. I guess something good came out of it, he mumbled, smiling at the dropped purse that lay unprotected on the ground. What an excellent early birthday present, miss.
Julie Hamburg. Who?
Okay. After grabbing as much money as his conscience would allow, the boy silently teleported from the dingy back street of London to his slightly less dingy apartment. However, what he found would change his life forever. What the bloody hell are you two doing here? He shouted, staring at an old man wearing a dress made up of what seemed to be stars, and an old lady in green. Both were staring at the boy with open mouths and shocked faces. After several seconds of silence, the boy shouted, "Well, I asked you a question." XXXXXXXX. July 30th, 1991. 11:58 p.m. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was worried. But that could never been seen by someone other than Minerva McGonagall, who had known the man for quite some time. To anyone else, the aged headmaster of Hogwarts looked to be as cool as a cucumber. But if one noticed the narrowed eyes and ever so slight shaking of the hands, they could see what she saw. Dumbledore was worried. This has to work, Minerva. It has to, he tried convincing himself, glancing at the clock once again to find it to be 11:59, and then went back to gazing at the blank envelope on his desk. Minerva gave out a worried sigh herself, not willingly to believe that their idea wouldn't work. They had waited so long, trying everything to find the young boy who meant so much to the world, but to no avail. The newspapers had found out and the public was outraged. Everyone was calling for Dumbledore's head for losing their boy who lived. He wasn't theirs anyways, but they didn't care. The public just wanted their idol, not the actual boy himself. Suddenly, the clock struck 12 a.m., signaling the day to be July 31st, 1991, Harry Potter's 11th birthday, and the day that he was to receive his Hogwarts letter. Words began to form on the small envelope, and a collective sigh in relief escaped both Dumbledore and McGonagall. They had found him. As soon as the address was finished, the two apparat to the scene, finding themselves in a dingy, backwater apartment in the middle of Muggle London. After only being there for a few seconds, the two noticed another person apparate in. A small child of 11 with a smug smile and a distinctive scar on his forehead. That smile quickly turned into a suspicious frown as he yelled, "What the bloody hell are you two doing here?" The two adults were shocked into silence at the boy's level of magic, not expecting any of the events tonight to have happened at all. Finally, the boy got fed up with it and yelled, "Well, I asked you a question." That question must have done the trick, as the older of the two smoothed over his robes, a twinkle forming in the man's eyes. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I am the headmaster at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. You are Harry Potter, I presume." Harry gave the man a critical look, already sensing that he meant no harm, but finding that when he stared into the man's eyes, he couldn't read his surface thoughts. In fact, he couldn't see anything. It was as if nothing was there. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes grew brighter as he announced, "I'm afraid, young man, that I am much more adept at hiding my mind from other people than you are at reading it. Although I must say, a child such as yourself learning legilimency on your own, and to be at this level is astounding." The young boy's eyes widened in shock for a split second before calming himself, cursing on the inside for letting his emotions show to a stranger. McGonagall was off on the side, staring between the boy who she knew to be Harry and her oldest friend, shocked into disbelief at what the headmaster was saying. "Albus, that is impossible," she exclaimed, not believing that a boy with no magical instruction could do such a thing. Harry gave the old woman a cold glare that chilled her to the very bones before he spat back. "You will find that I can do many things that people would think to be impossible, old hag." McGonagall gave Harry a stern look that she only reserved for the Slytherins and the Weasley twins, hoping to make the boy squirm, but he only scoffed and blew it off. Dumbledore began to chuckle at the play-by-play between the two, finding it to be an immense relief to the tense situation that he had found himself in. Unbelievable, the nerve of the little brat. Harry's nostrils flared at the insult, reading the McGonagall's mind as she had lowered her occlumency shields in a fit of rage, and gave her a murderous look that promised pain. McGonagall gave an involuntary shudder from the cruel expression from such a young boy. "I don't think that it would be wise to attack your future teacher, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore chided, no longer chuckling. As if a machine had been turned off, Harry instantly backed down, confusing the two adults as he lapsed into an impassive look. "Why are you here?" he quietly asked, wanting to just lie down in bed and forget all of this. "I am here because your parents had enrolled you into my school before they died. I am here to take you to Hogwarts," Dumbledore explained. "You will teach me magic?" the boy inquired, seemingly uncaring of the mentioning of his parents, something that both of the adults picked up on. "Yes, Hogwarts is the finest magical school in all of Britain, and one of the best in the world. You will learn everything that we know about magic." "Fine," the boy agreed instantly, shocking the old woman, but only getting a raised eyebrow from the older man. "What? I want to learn magic. You can teach it to me. I'll go with you to your silly school. But if I have to share a room with someone, all hell is going to break loose," he informed, giving the two a look that clearly expressed that he meant business. "We'll see what we can do for you," Dumbledore instantly agreed, already wanting to take the boy and right the wrongs that he had committed against him. With a wave of his hand, The young boy summoned all of his necessary belongings to him, and just to show off, made them all spin and twirl in the air, much to the enjoyment of the man and displeasure of the woman. "We may need to adjust your curriculum, though," Dumbledore chuckled, truly impressed with the boy's level of control of magic. "He's a prodigy. Maybe I'll mentor him myself when he's older. He's a nightmare. His father wasn't even that bad. These two have no idea what they're dragging into their school." And just like that, the three apparat back to the grounds of Hogwarts, giving the young boy his first look at the wondrous castle. Welcome to Hogwarts. August 2, 1991. Destinations. After spending all of his first day at Hogwarts wandering the castle, Harry decided that today he would finally ask Dumbledore one of the most important questions that he had at the moment. Where the hell was the library? As he strolled up to the headmaster's office, Harry still couldn't help himself from gawking at the beautiful castle before him. It was truly something to behold. The place reminded him of something out of the fairy tales that he had read behind the Dursleys' back, with towers that seemed to reach towards the heavens and staircases shooting off in every kind of direction. If Harry had to take a guess, he'd have to say that it was built during the time of the knights of old, and the castle would be his new home, something that he couldn't even call his old apartment. As he walked up to the gargoyle statue that guarded the headmaster's office, he absently mumbled, "Ice mice," allowing him entrance to the old man's sanctum. Harry quickly climbed the spiral staircase that led to a simple, yet eloquent wooden door with a golden knocker, a bit miffed that he had already wasted so much valuable time. "I need a quicker way around this place." Before the young boy could even knock, a voice shouted, "Enter." Harry narrowed his eyes and checked his surroundings, trying to find where the cameras were that allowed Dumbledore to spy on his visitors, but after finding none, cautiously entered the man's office. Inside were knickknacks and doobobs of every shape and size, some whirling at a fast pace, and others moving as slow as a snail. However, instead of looking around like most people, the young boy simply strode in with a purpose, intent on simply asking his question and then leaving. Unfortunately, nobody was home. At least it seemed that way. Standing tall and proud on a perch made of gold was a majestic bird of fire and sun. A phoenix. The bird's small beady black eyes followed every single move that the boy made, seemingly giving him a disapproving look. The moment that Harry noticed the bird, he instantly hated it, finding the ruddy chicken to radiate light, with not 1 ounce of darkness in it. "Ew," he stated simply, turning his nose up at the noble specimen. Fox let out a squawk of indignation, not finding the boy to be funny in the least. Outside of both their views was an old man chuckling at the display, finding the two to be highly amusing. Harry's ears suddenly twitched, and the boy turned to where Dumbledore would be if he wasn't invisible. The older man stopped chuckling as Harry slowly moved towards him, eyes full of suspicion and curiosity. "He is a lot more like his mother than I thought he would be," Dumbledore absently noted, although he looks like a carbon copy of his father, except for the eyes. Again, just like lilies with a bit of blue. Interesting. And that white streak. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed at the strip of frosty white that went across the right side of Harry's head, trying to analyze it before the boy reached him. "What is that?" Harry suddenly reached out, grabbing the older man's beard and giving it a tug, causing actual laughter to escape from Dumbledore's lips as he cancelled the disillusion spell. "Well done. Well done indeed. I am surprised at your level of perception. It seems as though you have an immense amount of potential. Almost as much as me, in fact. Tell me, how did you do it?" The old man inquired, truly curious about the boy's ability. The younger boy's eyes widened ever so slightly at the appearance of the headmaster, but nodded his head as his theory was proven right. "Something about the area around you seemed off, like something should have been there but wasn't. I don't know how else to describe it," he tried explaining. Dumbledore stroked his long white beard in thought. "Interesting indeed." "Well, I'm sure that you didn't come here to play with my beard," he chuckled. "So what is it that I can do for you today, Mr. Potter?" "I want to know where the library is," the boy instantly replied, fully aware at how eager he sounded. Maybe he'll like me better this way, eager and ready to listen to his wisdom. "Oh, well, of course. You will want to try and get as much information as possible about this new world that you have landed yourself into. and you might have trouble moving around the castle. Would you like a map of the school? I know how daunting a task it can be to navigate the halls, Dumbledore offered, hoping to get the boy on his good side. Sure, that would be perfect. Harry outwardly grinned, face carefree and grateful, although the automatic response from the old man gave him a reason to suspect that not everything was what it seemed. Dumbledore quickly took out a piece of parchment, silently casting a spell on it with his wand, something that Harry noticed, causing the brown and slightly worn paper to emit a shudder. After a few seconds of this, lines began to form all over the paper until it turned into a 2D fully fledged map of the school. Now, when school starts, I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from using this in front of the other students, as some of them would use it for less than honorable purposes. The older man began to explain, knowing that he had the full attention of the boy. Your position on the map is the black dot, and your destination is the red one. All you have to do is speak to it in order for it to work, and just pocket it to turn it off. Harry nodded his head in assessment before mumbling a thank you, and quickly walking off to find the library. Dumbledore stared at the receding back at the boy, wondering how he would go about asking him about where he had been for the past 2 years, and how he had managed to stay hidden from every single tracing spell that they had used. This will not be easy. XXXXXXXX. As soon as Harry reached the library, he immediately went to the librarian, a 40-something woman named Madame Pants, and asked, "Excuse me, madam, could you please direct me to the right area to find these? You see, I've never been in a magical household and know absolutely nothing about magic, so I was wondering if I could check these out in order to get ahead." The woman was startled to hear such a young boy be so polite, as she was used to the rudeness of the younger generation. Because of this, Harry found himself carrying a pile of books that were on the list and told to come back when he was done with those in order to get the rest of them. Well, that was easy, the boy chuckled, whistling as he made his way back to his room. Because school had not started yet, Dumbledore thought it fitting to give Harry a single room on the second floor. That way he wouldn't have to be in an empty dormitory. After opening the door and shutting it with his foot, the boy quickly made his way to his desk, setting down the 3 books with a thump. Okay, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 Foot by Miranda Goshawk. I am going to read you in. The boy flipped through the book, sizing it up in his hands. For days. Let's do this. XXXXXXXX. The month that ensued saw a little boy of 11 go through books like they were simple booklets. After finishing the first-year material in 2 weeks, Harry went back through the entire set of books and took extensive notes on them. One day, Dumbledore had come into his room, telling the boy that he would take him school shopping the next day. The older man had to tell the boy multiple times, in fact, as Harry was simply too absorbed in his books to get the message the first time, much to the older man's amusement. XXXXXXXX. Mid-August, 1991. Ollivander's shop. After a day filled with buying supplies with Dumbledore that seemed quite useless to Harry, the young boy found himself walking alone to a dingy shop titled Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Harry rolled his eyes at the tagline, not believing for a moment that it was true. Cautiously stepping into the shop, he found the inside to be just as dingy as the outside. Yay, this doesn't look suspicious at all. Suddenly, the young boy felt a presence behind him and quickly turned around, startling the older man who had been sneaking up to scare him. "Are you a pedo?" The boy deadpanned, instantly backing away. Ollivander chuckled, saying, "No, my dear boy, I am not. My name is Ollivander, and you must be Mr. Potter, at least I think you are. Something about you seems strange." The young boy's eyes narrowed with suspicion, wondering how the older man could have known who he was. Seemingly oblivious to Harry's train of thought, Ollivander quickly made his way to the shelves of wands, grabbing various boxes before heading back to Harry and laying them out before him. "Here you are, birch wood with unicorn hair, 11 inches. The older man offered, handing the boy the wand. Harry carefully took it, testing how it felt in his hands before giving it a flick. Nothing happened. Ollivander snatched the wand away from Harry, much to the younger boy's annoyance, shoving a new wand in front of him. "You, dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Nothing happened. Willow, unicorn hair, 10 inches. Nothing happened. And nothing continued to happen for a good half hour. While Harry was close to losing it, Ollivander was simply giddy with excitement. I have never had a customer as tricky as you, Mr. Potter. The old man chuckled, visibly shaking with excitement. Come on, isn't there an easier way to do this? The younger boy groaned, tired of all of the failures. No, I am afraid not, Ollivander replied, giving the boy a once-over before continuing. There are 2 more that I think might do it. Harry perked up at the news, happy that they could finally be done with this. Ollivander left him there for a moment before returning with 2 boxes unlike all of the others. The one on the right was a golden red, giving off the impression of a phoenix, while the other was a midnight black with a deep blue hue. Harry instantly chose the black box, giving the phoenix box a sneer. What is it? He asked, as Ollivander carefully unwrapped the box. Rowan wood with crystallized amarok blood for its core. 13 inches. The lone hunter. The only one of its kind, he supplied. My ancestor, Garrick Ollivander, made this. Be careful with it. Harry's eyes widened in shock at the familiar name before he gave the wand a once-over, noticing that it was covered in the same midnight black that adorned the box, with an icy blue laced around the tip and handle. 3 streaks of white cascaded around the wand, giving it an elegant look. The handle had an almost hilt-like look to it with its padded grip and a length which would be ideal for a one-handed sword. This made Harry like it even more, as it caused him to remember his training with in such combat under his sensei's tutelage. Harry found his sword style to be much like that of his martial arts one, focusing on fluidity and speed rather than brute force. The moment that Harry grabbed it, the temperature of the room drastically decreased, causing Ollivander's breath to become visible and making the old man shiver. Black frost emitted from the tip of the wand, startling the 2 occupants of the room. "See, curious?" The older man chattered, teeth loudly clanging against one another. "Quite," Harry replied, handing Ollivander some galleons for the wand and a dragonhide holster that he had gotten from his family's vault earlier. He remembered the shock that he had when he saw how loaded he was. Imagine if I had that when you were around, the young boy thought as he absently fondled his necklace. If only XXXXXXXX. I trust that you found your wand? Dumbledore asked, with a knowing smile on his face. Of course, Harry replied, clearly not letting the man know any more information. What's with the white chicken? The boy asked, staring at a beautiful snowy owl in a cage that Dumbledore was carrying. Oh, this is Hedwig. She is your new owl starting today, the older man informed, chuckling a bit when Harry winced. Oh, okay, the young boy awkwardly finished, getting glares from the white menace. The 2 said nothing further as they apparat back to Hogwarts from a back alley, not wanting to draw any further attention to themselves. XXXXXXXX. Late August 1991. Table in the back corner, Hogwarts Library. The boy who lived? What utter bullshit. How could I be famous for having dead parents and somehow allegedly stopping the wizarding equivalent of Hitler? No wonder fucking Dumbledore wanted me here. Fine. If he wants to play it like that, then I'm not gonna make it easy. XXXXXXXX. August 30th, 1991. An abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. Harry brutalized the dummy that he had gotten from Dumbledore repeatedly, but found that he couldn't hit it hard enough. After spending 2 years of training, Harry was a master in the art of Shotokan, but found that he still needed some practice in order to keep up. It wouldn't do to lose it all from negligence now, would it? After taking a quick break, an idea came to the boy based off of what had been happening to him for the past couple of years. He had an affinity for ice, couldn't be denied. He loved the snow, he loved the cold, he definitely hated Fawkes. I wonder if that's normal, the boy thought, probably not, otherwise I would have at least noticed it in the teachers. Staring at the battered dummy gave the boy another idea, and he quickly stood it back up with a flick of his wrist. Concentrating on what he now knew to be his magical core, the boy closed his eyes and began to form a ball of icy mist in his hands. After several seconds of this, He opened his eyes to admire his work. The concentrated cloud of ice continued to grow, but as it went on, it began to severely drain the boy's magical reserves. Seeing that he needed to get rid of it before he passed out, Harry threw the ball at the dummy, hoping for something cool to happen. He wasn't wrong. The dummy immediately flash froze, its body completely captured in ice. However, it only lasted for a couple of seconds before the ice thawed and the dummy fell to the ground, no longer an ice statue. Harry gave out a whoop of excitement before collapsing to the ground himself, groaning as his magical reserves were almost completely drained from his newly discovered technique. "Oh yeah, that's gonna take some practice, but now I have a new project." And with that, the boy grinned before everything faded to black. Chapter 5. Round and round we go. The world was made round so that if two people who are meant to be together should choose to take different paths in life, they would wrap around and end up right back to each other to meet again. Destiny? What's your favorite color? Black, yours? Wolf gray. Why is yours black? Haha, you're pretty chatty today. Oh, come on, just tell me. Black is beautiful. It is the color of night and mystery. It is an absence of everything. And that makes me sad.
Sad?
But isn't that a bad thing? No, not necessarily. September 1st, 1991. For the first time in a long time, Harry woke up with a smile. He was actually going to meet other kids today. Normally he wouldn't be this excited, as he hated other children his age, but after spending a whole month with these horrid adults who lived in the Dark Ages, it would be good to finally have some entertainment. Last night Dumbledore had told him all about how he was famous for having dead parents, something that he had already found out in the library a few days beforehand. The old man then went on to tell him that he allowed him to get used to this new life, but it was now time for him to talk about his old one. The two would apparently have conferences starting the next day, something that Harry wasn't too happy about. Honestly, why did he wait until the day before to tell me something that huge? I would have been screwed if I hadn't found out sooner, and he waits until now to ask me about my past? What was he doing the whole time? Quickly grabbing his signature outfit, a black t-shirt with black pants and boots, layered with a black cloak that went past his knees. The cloak had a hood that would cover the boy's face entirely, with crystalline cord locks hanging from the front of it. The fabric opened up in the front, allowing the wearer versatility while moving. He obviously loved black. To top it all off, he put on fingerless leather black gloves, his stone necklace, which he always wore, and the Amarok statue, which fit securely in a secret pocket within the cloak. Overall, with his midnight black hair and slightly pale face, he looked like a modern-day Grim Reaper. With the addition of the white streak in his hair, he looked like the kind of kid who mothers would hide their children from and fathers who warned their daughters about. And that is exactly how he liked it. Let them look like fools for fearing what they can't understand. He would always think, "You always liked it when I wore black. I don't care what anybody else thinks." After checking himself in the mirror to make sure that he looked presentable, the young boy made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast, not even bothered by the scar on his forehead. It was never a problem before, and it won't be now. I'll just go off on the idiots if they get too close. Smiling at the thought of scaring his fellow first-years, Harry didn't even notice that he had already made it to his destination until the smell of waffles and treacle tart became too much for him. I am gonna be eatin' good today. As soon as he walked into the hall, many of the conversations between the teachers stopped as everyone stared at the boy cloaked in black. Seeing that no one else would say anything, McGonagall decided that it was her duty to impart judgment on the child who had given her so many headaches. "Mr. Potter, why are you not dressed in your school robes? Today is the beginning of term, and although you will be riding the train with other students, don't you think that it would be prudent to get into them now, without the hassle of putting them on later?" Harry gave the woman a sweet smile, which to the trained eye, namely Dumbledore and Snape, was actually the signal for trouble. "This should be interesting," the headmaster chuckled. "I'm so sorry, Professor McGonagall, what was I thinking?" the boy gushed, with a look of pure ignorance on his face. Harry then went back to loading waffles on his plate, silently chuckling to himself as he ignored the glares that his least favorite professor were sending his way. "Well?" the older woman asked impatiently. Well, what, Professor? Harry questioned. Aren't you going to go and change? McGonagall inquired, irritation evident in her voice. Oh, you meant now? Yes, I meant now, she snapped, actually being angered by the boy's stupidity. Well, I would, if I wanted to actually wear those ghastly things you call robes. Harry's words were met with silence as all of the teachers had now focused on the conversation, dropping any pretense of eavesdropping. Excuse me? McGonagall shouted, outraged at the sheer nerve of the boy. I sighed that you will never catch me wearing those disgusting things that you call robes, Professor. The boy retorted with a sickly sweet emphasis on the word. Cloaks are much more suitable to move around in. Plus, I don't remember seeing in any of the Hogwarts rules and regulations that the students must wear robes. They are just highly recommended. As McGonagall was going red with rage, Dumbledore and the rest of the teachers were off to the side chuckling at the antics of the two, already quite used to them butting heads after only a month of the boy's presence. He isn't wrong, Minerva, Dumbledore supplied, much to the woman's shock and the boy's slight discomfort. Seeing that he had won his argument, Harry went back to his breakfast, savoring the taste of his delicious treacle tart. If 1 month was like this, the next 7 years are going to be catastrophic. XXXXXXXX. Platform 9 3/4. Maybe this was a mistake, Harry wondered, slightly irritated at the sight of all of the different families crying and hugging their children goodbye. The boy wasn't jealous per se, just annoyed at seeing something that he could never have. I mean, I kind of felt that way about Sensei, but seeing as how I never learned his name in the 2 years that I've known him, maybe not. Sulking a bit, the boy pulled the hood of his cloak up, easily becoming invisible to the crowd as he boarded the train. He headed to the very back, taking the last compartment for himself and pulling out a second-year defense against the dark arts book on theory. Over the month that he had been at Hogwarts, he had created a very healthy relationship with Madame Pants, almost going as far as to call her a special acquaintance in some weird way that made no sense to him. I only have one friend, and she's not even here right now. Any further thoughts on the depressing subject were ground to a halt as the compartment door opened. Inside the archway was a boy with red hair, faded clothes, and a large nose with what seemed to be dirt on the side. In short, an awkward 11-year-old first year, the complete opposite of Harry. May I sit? He began to ask.
No, Harry interrupted.
But everywhere else is foo dash. I said no, the young elemental insisted, giving the boy a cold glare underneath his hood. Fine then, be a prat, the redhead mumbled, scurrying away from the murderous look on Harry's face from the insult. After several seconds of tense silence in which Harry tried to make sure that the boy was really gone, Harry let out a reluctant sigh, saying to himself, "Why do I do this to people?" The door opened again to a platinum blonde boy with a smug smile on his face and 2 goons behind him. The boy looked to come from a rich family, father probably a political figure in that mess that they called a Wisengamot. Probably pampered his whole life and expected everything to come to him on a silver platter. Harry instantly hated him. "Get out, you freak," the boy taunted, commenting on the abnormal amount of black that the mysterious boy seemed to be wearing. When Harry began to visibly shake in what the group thought to be fear, the blonde boy gushed. "Ah, is the little baby afraid? Maybe we should send the freak back to his mommy and daddy. Only real wizards should go to Hogwarts." The 2 gorilla-like boys behind him laughed in agreement, not knowing what was actually happening. By this point, a couple of compartment doors had opened as their fellow first-years watched on with glee at the potential drama unfolding before them. Eventually, Harry couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. However, it wasn't a laugh filled with joy, but instead one filled with satire and bitterness. "Oh, shut up, you insignificant worm. I bet I could make you go screaming home to Daddy and have you shitting your pants at the mere mention of my name," Harry mocked in between laughs, not scared in the slightest at the rich boy's show of power. The boy's words had the intended effect, causing the trio, and most of the other students, to gawk at him in shock. Realizing that he was just standing there like an idiot in front of most of his fellow first years, the blonde boy began to walk inside, face purple with rage and with fake confidence. How dare you? I am Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the house of Malfoy and son of highly respected Wisengamot member Lucius Malfoy. Don't ever even speak to me like that, you insignificant mudbull dash. Unfortunately, the boy could say no more as he doubled over in pain from a quick strike to his abdomen. Harry stood up and grabbed the boy's hair, yanking it back as he gave the boy a full view of his face, right down to the lightning bolt-shaped scar. You listen to me? Harry began in a tone of voice that dropped the very temperature of the room. I don't take shit from anyone, and definitely not some poofter daddy's boy whose only friends are two gorillas and who's had a silver spoon in his mouth his entire life. You don't know me, so back the fuck off before I bring you back home in a matchbox, you worthless sack of horse shit. If the boy's earlier words had caused everyone to gasp in shock, these words caused everyone's jaws to drop down to the floor. And with that, Harry had had enough, as he used a smokescreen spell to hide his eventual apparition away from the obnoxious bunch and to the outside of Hogwarts wards. Yeah, that's why I hate kids. XXXXXXXX. Harry made sure to stay out of sight from the teachers for the remainder of the afternoon, only going back to his room in order to drop off his book that he had taken with him. The students were to arrive at 6, and so at 5:55, the young boy decided to play a small joke on everyone, seeing as how once the students arrived, the cat would be out of the bag. Setting up shop by the steps that the first years were supposed to wait at, Harry kicked back and relaxed on the railing, acting as if it were completely natural to be using it as his resting place. As soon as he had gotten comfortable, Harry got to enjoy the sight of McGonagall dealing with frantic first-years telling stories about a disappearing boy in black. None of them mentioned the actual altercation with Malfoy. It seemed as though the blonde ponce didn't want word to spread about his public embarrassment. Smart move. For both of us, Harry thought with a smile. As soon as the other first-years caught sight of him, they all gasped as one, shouting at McGonagall and pointing fervently at the young elemental. Harry simply smiled and waved back. When McGonagall turned around to view the boy, her face morphed into a disapproving frown, something that made most of the other students cringe, not wanting to be on the other side of that. Mr. Potter, what's this I hear about you disappearing in a fit of smoke on the train? You know that you were supposed to stay on the train at all times. On Professor Dumbledore's orders no less. The witch shouted in outrage. Everyone once again gasped at the reveal of Harry's name, not truly believing Malfoy's tale on the train. Oh, come on, Professor. You know that you can't prove that I wasn't on the train. And how could I have gotten off? It's not like I can apparate. That's illegal, Harry retorted, knowing full well that he had already won the argument. McGonagall's face turned beet red, wanting desperately to reprimand the rude boy, but wanting to follow Dumbledore's orders on the matter even more. After a few seconds of silence, the professor simply walked away, seemingly going to check with Dumbledore to see if they were ready to start the sorting. Everyone turned to Harry as the boy continued to lounge on the railing, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world. Eventually, when they realized that he probably wouldn't say any more, they began to converse with one another, gossiping loudly about the mysterious boy who lived. Listen up, a soft voice commanded, causing everyone to instantly stop talking as Harry stepped off the railing, arms crossed and a face made of stone. I won't take shit from anyone, and I mean it. That being said, I won't bother anyone either. Just leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Got it? No one wanted to say anything for fear of upsetting the temporary balance that they had found themselves in. However, there was always one fool who poked the dragon while it slept. Who are you to say that to us? Do you think you're better than us or something? A voice in the crowd asked. The other students instantly backed away from the boy, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. It seemed to be the same redhead from before, the one who wanted to share the compartment with him. What an idiot. Harry slowly stepped towards the now frightened boy, lowering his hood dramatically, letting everyone besides Malfoy get their first real glimpse at the boy who lived. The young elemental simply leaned in, giving the poor boy a friendly pat on his back that caused him to visibly relax. Harry gave him a smile, which the red head shakily returned, before Harry harshly yanked his hair, whispering a few words into the boy's ear that literally made him wet himself in fear. All of the other students backed further away in disgust as Harry pulled away from the boy, giving him a cold glare that chilled the red head to the very bones. Harry then walked away, pulling his hood back up as he turned his back to his fellow first years, waiting for McGonagall on the top step. He didn't have to wait long. As soon as the older woman got there, he brushed past her, walking into the hall on his own, much to the shock of all of its inhabitants except Dumbledore, who had a stern look on his face. The boy clad in black strode to the three-legged stool with what he knew to be the sorting hat on top of it, fully intent on picking it up and getting the stupid day over with. Seeing that no one was going to stop him, Harry put the hat on his head, expecting it to shout out his house and be done with it. Boy, was he wrong. Well, 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 you have been a busy boy, haven't you, Mr. Potter? So you can use telepathy? Interesting. All right, hat, get me sorted. I am afraid that it is not that simple, Mr. Potter, as we have to access your personality and your overall character. Could take some time. What? I could tell you all that you need to know about me. I'm an asshole. I'll be the first to admit it. I hate helping others because they've never helped me. I hate this world for putting me with them. I'm fully okay with watching it burn. Or freeze. Whatever happens first. Oh, you don't say? Please, continue. I am afraid to make friends because I don't want to be left alone again. Not after her. She was my light. My only light in this darkness. This she. I'm guessing that it is the one named Mayan. Of course. Who else could be important to me? I think that we can save the rest of this conversation for another time. It seems as though the others are getting impatient. Whatever. Slytherin! The hat shouted aloud, shocking the few in the front rows who had seen the lightning bolt scar on the boy's forehead when he lowered his hood to put the hat on. Being the typical Hogwarts students, the boy's identity was soon passed along to the rest of the curious student body, eliciting a collective gasp in shock. By this point, no one on the faculty was surprised at the sudden turn of events, as they had all lived with the boy and knew that he wasn't exactly Gryffindor material. As Harry began to take the hat off, he was met with the sight of someone that he thought that he'd never see again. Mayan, Black Frost Chapter 6. Chapter 6. A Fateful Encounter. Others find humanity by searching within their own hearts. Lost souls must search for it outside themselves. Devastation. I've heard that it takes 36 questions in order to fall in love. I fail to see what that has to do with the task at hand. I'm only saying that it takes people years and years to find their true love, when all you would have to do is ask someone 36 questions and fall in love with some random person. Kind of neat. Huh? Just a thought. September 1st, 1991. Devastation. That's what he felt when he saw her. But it wasn't her. Couldn't be. She had left, gone to some unknown world that he could never be a part of. She was gone. And yet, here she was. Or was she? Excuse me, Mr. Potter, I believe that the other students must occupy the stool for their sortings. A familiar voice requested behind him. The boy slowly turned from the girl that looked so much like his long-lost friend to find a slightly disgruntled Dumbledore. Turning back, he then saw the entire hall was focused on him and the old headmaster, various conspiracies already forming between the school gossips. Yeah, sure, Harry shakily replied, hopping off of the stool and heading to the green and silver table prominently displayed against the far right wall of the gigantic room. A frown marred Dumbledore's face as he had never seen the boy this vulnerable. What happened to him? As Harry arrived at the Slytherin table, he was met with hostile stares and inquisitive looks, but the boy ignored them as he continued to focus on the blonde-haired girl that looked just like the one person who meant everything to him. Droning out all of the noise that surrounded him, he tried to make eye contact with her, only to be blocked by some prat of a third year. Hey, Potter, the boy began, disgust evident in his voice as the two made eye contact. What the fuck do you think you're doing here? Go back to the stupid Gryffindor's table where you belong. By this time, most of the Slytherin table was watching the conversation, as were the select few Gryffindors who heard the insult just 2 feet away. Harry simply turned back to the mysterious girl, but she was nowhere to be found. A cold and dark chill fell over the boy, as all of the sadness and rage that he had been feeling since she had left came cascading forward. This caused the portion of the table that he sat at, and the obnoxious boy across from him to become coated in a thick black frost. Granger, Hermione, a slightly scared-looking girl with bushy hair, ran to the stool, quickly putting on the hat. Ravenclaw. One icy blue-eyed glare from the young elemental was enough to get the shivering boy to shoot up from his seat and stumble away to the opposite end of long table, leaving behind a stunned audience of lions and snakes. Harry outstretched his hands, taking the black frost and absorbing it once again into his body. He said nothing as he glanced back up to find all of those who had been previously staring at him quickly turn away, fear evident in their faces. "Where are you?" "Greengrass, Daphne," McGonagall shouted. And there she was. But she wasn't there. "I guess she just looks like her," Harry sulked, feeling the weight of the world upon his shoulders as he cast his eyes away from the imposter, not finding that he could bear to look at that face any longer. Daphne walked towards the three-legged stool, silently wondering if she would be placed in Ravenclaw or Slytherin. "I hope it's Slytherin. Tracy is there." The last thing that the girl saw before the worn-out hat was lowered onto her head were the icy blue eyes of a crestfallen young boy. "Slytherin. XXXXXXXX." Dumbledore had seen the entire event between the third-year Slytherin and the young Potter child, and was constantly replaying it over in his mind. What was that sudden chill coming from the boy? It was if he was made of ice and darkness. But I know for a fact that his soul isn't stained by it. What are you, Mr. Potter? And more importantly, do you belong to the light or the dark? XXXXXXXX. Slytherin Common Room. After the welcome feast, in which no one sat within 5 feet of Harry, the fifth-year prefects led their first years to their respective common rooms. Begrudgingly, and at Dumbledore's stern request, Harry was forced to accompany them. As the group of 11 Slytherins, including Harry, ventured to the cold and damp dungeons, the 8 other first years went out of their way to keep a wide berth away from the young elemental. Although he seemed not to have noticed, as the boy was too busy spiraling into a state of depression. When the group finally arrived at the wall that was to be their common room entrance, the 2 prefects turned around to address them. "Look, outside of this common room, it is our duty to stand united. The other houses don't give a shit about us, and frankly, I don't think that the teachers do either. Everyone sees Slytherin House as the nest for dirty, rotten snakes," the fifth-year girl explained. "Well, we do practice the dark arts on a daily basis," the fifth-year boy interjected, a crude smile crossing his face. "True," the young woman agreed, also sporting a dark smile. Draco smirked knowingly as most of the other first years gave the 2 a new-found look of respect or disgust. "Now, as I said, we stand unite. Except for you," the young woman continued, pointing at the cloaked elemental. "You are on your own." "Fine by me," Harry whispered back, not caring in the slightest for these people. After nodding her head in agreement, the 2 turned back to the wall, opening the secret passageway with a simple whispering of pure blood. The stone wall slid to the ground, revealing a grand room sporting green, black, and silver. Chairs, couches, and desks of all sizes littered the room, as magnificent tapestries of Slytherins past decorated the walls. All of the snakes in the world embroidered this room. How fucking ridiculous, Harry thought as the group stepped into the sickening room, his distaste of it hidden behind the darkness of his cloak's hood. "This will be your new home for the next 7 years," a voice behind them announced, startling those who did not sense the man's presence, which is to say everyone except for Harry. "Always the dramatic one, aren't you, Severus? I will not have any of my Slytherins get caught doing something that they are not to be doing. If you are, the punishment will be severe," the oily professor explained. A shiver ran through the crowd of first years as they imagined what would happen if they did. Now, as I am sure you know, the rest of the school has a particular distrust of those in Slytherin. Teachers will hardly offer you points, and the student body will often try to upset you. I have tried my best to counteract these measures, but every year it seems as though it is not enough. Here the man gave a reluctant sigh. "It is your job to do whatever possible to earn as many points as possible and stay out of trouble. Is that clear?" All of the first years quickly shook their heads, not wanting to get on their head of house's bad side. After getting the confirmation that he needed, Snape simply turned and walked away, silently signaling Harry to follow him. The boy knew that things would only get worse if he did not go, so he followed the greasy man. Harry remained at the doorway as Snape walked into an office filled to the brim with hundreds of different potions books. "You've burned a lot of bridges today, Mr. Potter. Some more important than others," Snape began. The young elemental chose to remain silent, allowing the professor to continue. "All I want to know is, why?" "Because I don't need friends," Harry softly explained. "I don't need allies or any type of relationship with you people. I lived on my own for 2 years just fine before you all came and dragged me here. And with the stuff that I know now, I could leave right now and be absolutely fine by myself." Snape's eyebrow quirked as he studied the boy's words, finding them to be the ones of a survivor, a lone wolf. The boy didn't see anyone in the castle as a worthwhile reason to continue being here. But then, "Why stay?" the head of Slytherin asked. A dark grin that was easily more sinister than the 2 prefects crossed the boy's face before he replied. "Power." "Power," Snape clarified. "Power," Harry confirmed. "And once I have enough of it, that's when I'll leave." "And what will you do with that power, Mr. Potter?" "Freeze this world with ice and snow," was his automatic response before he swept from the office in a way that even Snape couldn't help but be impressed with, leaving behind a curious and slightly worried professor. XXXXXXXX. The Slytherin dorms were actually medium-sized, single-person rooms stretching across the entire bottom of the lake. As one continued to spend their time at Hogwarts, their room would get closer to the common room, meaning that Harry now had to walk a good 30 doors down to reach his room. As luck would have it, the other Slytherin boys thought that it would be fitting to leave Harry the farthest room down, which normally wouldn't have bothered the elemental so much if it wasn't for the craptastic day that he was having. "If I kill them in their sleep, they only have themselves to blame," he absently promised as he stepped into his living quarters for the next 10 months. The room was decorated in a similar fashion to the common room, with green and silver being prominently displayed. A queen-sized, 4-poster bed stood in the middle, with a desk on the right side and a wardrobe right across from the bed. Overall, it was just a room to Harry. Hogwarts no longer felt like the home that it once was. Not after having his heart ripped out again. "But I have to stay. I need to get stronger." Thoughts of taking his revenge on the world accompanied the boy as he readied himself for bed, and before he finally closed his eyes and drifted to sleep, he thought, "At least I got to see her again. Even if it only lasted for a little while." XXXXXXXX. In another part of the castle, an old and weary man found himself once again replaying the events of the day over in his head. The boy obviously knew Ms. Greengrass, that is for certain. But how? He was alone the whole time, wasn't he? Well, he does seem to have an abnormal amount of control over magic at his age. Maybe he did learn it from someone else? But then, what would their motive for teaching the boy be? They have no ties to him. Dumbledore gave an irritated sigh before pouring himself another drink. "Maybe I'm looking at this wrong." Turning his attention to his familiar, he gave her a small smile, asking her, "Would you happen to know Fawkes?" The Phoenix said nothing, instead choosing to lift her beak up in a show of pride, not willing to talk about the ice cretin that had walked through their doors. Dumbledore reluctantly chuckled at his Phoenix's behavior, finding the failed introduction between his familiar and Harry to be both amusing and disturbing. "The only creatures that I know of to dislike phoenixes are those who delve into the dark arts." But Harry couldn't have. He may be a bit harsh and unforgiving, and bitter, and too sarcastic for his own good, but I couldn't see him hurting innocents, could I? Another sigh escaped the tired man before he mumbled, "I'm getting too old for this shit." Fawkes gave a squawk in indignation, not ever remembering a time when her master used such foul language so loosely. The man gave his familiar an embarrassed smile, thinking, maybe he's getting to me more than I thought. Chapter 7. Will I ever? The past cannot be changed, forgotten, edited, or erased. It can only be accepted. Distant. If you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be? Come on, Just tell me. I don't feel like talking today. Is it because of them? Why don't you ever tell me these things? I'm your best friend. I want to help you. Fine, be that way. Just know that I'll always be there whenever you need me. Thanks. Monday, September 2nd, 1991.
6 Uhr morgens.
Harry was not happy to wake up this morning, especially this early. In fact, one could say that the boy was extremely irritated at best, homicidal at worst. Why does Dumbledore have to make everything so difficult? After giving out several groans of protest at nothing in particular, the young elemental dragged himself out of bed, quickly grabbing a towel and his toiletries before heading off to where he knew the bathrooms to be. Under the hot spray of the shower, he continued to think about what today would bring him. I have to try to give him as little relevant information as possible, while still making it seem like I'm giving him all the information that he wants. But what does that entail? Do I tell him about Sensei? No, he hasn't seen my moves yet. He knows where I lived so that I can talk about, and how I got on by throughout the years. So no Sensei and definitely nothing about Mayan. Everything else about the past 2 years I'll space out between the meetings if necessary. Satisfied with the plan that he had devised, the boy turned off the shower, stepping out to see his reflection in a large stainless mirror, slightly taken aback by how he looked. His eyes had more of a blue hue than he remembered, with a now solid ring of it around the outside of his iris. Thankfully, Sensei had gotten him reusable contacts, as the boy couldn't imagine using glasses ever again. His hair, which had always been a tangled mess, was now only slightly more manageable, allowing him a bit more control over how it looked. His scar lay prominently on his forehead, telling everyone who even spared one glance at him who he was. It sickened him a bit knowing what people thought of that night. Where they saw a hero, he only saw a survivor. It seems like that was all that he'd ever do. Moving down towards his torso was a nicely developed four-pack, with little to no body fat due to his exercise and his high metabolism. Overall, the boy was still slightly disgruntled with how he looked, only liking the white streak and the faint blue of his eyes, while everything else seemed trivial or meaningless. What is wrong with me? XXXXXXXX. After finishing his daily routine, the boy donned his cloak and made his way to the headmaster's office, staying to the shadows to avoid any early risers. The castle was a lot easier to navigate with the map that Dumbledore had foolishly given him, so he found that he had arrived in only a few minutes. He gave the gargoyle a mock salute, while whispering, "Ice mice." The statue gave him a disapproving frown before moving aside, allowing the boy passage to his least favorite place in all of Hogwarts. After climbing the spiral staircase, the boy simply barged into the office, not even bothering to knock. "Hello!" he obnoxiously yelled as he burst through the door, slightly startling the ruddy chicken who had no idea of the boy's arrival. Harry gave the irritated bird a smirk before his eyes drifted to the old man sitting in a golden high-back chair behind an old oak desk. He noted that the man's face was slightly more sunken than usual today, but the young elemental couldn't find it in himself to care. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," the man greeted, gesturing towards the chair in front of him. Harry gave the headmaster a blank stare before looking back and forth between the chair and the old man. "Please sit down, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore sighed, not wanting to have this conversation with the boy at the moment. Harry simply rolled his eyes before taking a seat, leaning back in it and putting his feet on the desk. Fox gave out an irritated squawk, spreading her red and golden wings in a show of contempt. "Calm down, you stupid bird," Harry chided, putting his feet back on the ground. The whole time, Dumbledore watched the two in silence, seemingly adding the two's hatred for one another into his long list of questions. "I think that I would like to get this underway before breakfast is over, as I'm sure that you would like to spend your first one with your housemates," Dumbledore started. Harry gave a snort, clearly conveying how he felt about that idea. "The first question that I would like to ask is what happened on the night of the Dursleys' murder?" This instantly quieted the boy, as he only expected the man to ask him questions about the past 2 years, not about them. Dumbledore noticed the boy's silence, seeing that this was unlike the usual feign of ignorance that always accompanied the boy. What could this mean? Several minutes of silence passed between the two, with Harry unwilling to answer the question and Dumbledore unwilling to move on from it. After a while, the silence began to upset the boy even further, so in order to placate the man, he answered, "The fat son of a bitch that they called their patriarch made enemies with the wrong type of people. It got him killed." Dumbledore stared at the boy in shock for a moment, as he had grown used to the silence before he asked, "Why do you refer to him in such a way? He was your family?" The moment that the words escaped his lips, he knew that he had made a grave mistake. Black frost sprouted from the boy, coating the entire floor and desk, while dropping the temperature in the room to below zero. Raging winds roared as black, white, and an icy blue energy emitted from Harry, whipping around the boy in a strange tornado-like way. Fawkes tried to radiate the entire righteous fury of the sun in an attempt to penetrate the oncoming darkness, but unfortunately, this was not the kind that could be so easily deterred. This darkness wasn't evil. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't vile. It was sad. In fact, it was so incredibly sorrowful, so dreadfully inconsolable, that even Dumbledore couldn't help but shed a tear at the mere sight of it. Harry's eyes had glazed over after turning a shade of icy blue that could chill people to their very souls. Dumbledore noticed that it didn't even seem as though the boy was in control of his actions, but even still, the black frost spread. Seeing that it would soon consume him, Dumbledore chose to unleash all of his power. The man combined his light with his familiars in order to create one so strong, so full of happiness and joy that it finally got through to the young boy, causing the black frost to sink back into its medium and a now emerald/blue-eyed Harry to collapse into his chair. Neither said anything as the many papers that had been caught in the riptide of magic fell to the ground. After 10 minutes of this, Harry simply got up and left, leaving behind an even more sunken-faced Dumbledore. "What have I done? XXXXXXXX. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why was I so stupid to think that that would actually work? Now he knows that he can control me. But now I know how strong he is as well. I won't be crossing him in this lifetime, not yet anyways." Harry continued to moodily stomp through the now busy castle, hood raised to keep his face hidden from the world, even though everyone already knew what he looked like. The boy absently fondled his necklace, trying desperately to calm himself. "Just breath. You'll get through this. You always do. You're not just a survivor anymore. You're a hunter." As the boy continued to placate himself, he didn't notice that he had already arrived at the Great Hall until a rush of laughter and cheers assaulted him. Holy sure. Any thoughts of Dumbledore and his past were gone as he stepped into a neon-colored Great Hall. Everywhere and everything was magically turned into a bright green, orange, or yellow, while most of the entire hall laughed at the display. The Slytherin table got the worst of whatever foul prank had been pulled, as their entire table, silverware, and uniforms were all transformed into a disgustingly bright pink. 2 redheads at the Gryffindor table seemed to be causing the most amount of noise, leading Harry and the other teachers to suspect that they were involved. Many of them gave the 2 disapproving frowns, while Snape was especially livid, sending the 2 a glare that promised a death most painful. Harry couldn't help but be impressed with the display of magic, as it both got his mind off of his earlier confrontation and kept everyone from noticing his entrance. Maybe he could find a way to thank the 2 Gryffindors later. The boy quickly made his way to an empty seat at the end of the table, far away from the many cliques that made up the Slytherin table, unnoticed by everyone. As soon as Harry took his seat, however, he found an enraged Snape force a piece of parchment into his face, which caused a small sigh to escape the boy's lips. And here the morning was just getting better. "This is your schedule," the man needlessly explained as Harry grabbed to parchment, giving it a look before setting it aside. "Why do we have 5 classes with the Gryffindors, and only 1 class with Hufflepuff? Shouldn't that be reversed?" Harry asked, only slightly curious. "It has always been a tradition for Gryffindor and Slytherin to have the most classes together. Although I can see why some would think it unwise to do such a thing, I can understand the reasons behind it." "And you agree with them?" "No, Mr. Potter, but I understand them," Snape finished before dismissing himself and continuing down the table to hand out the rest of the schedules. Harry took another look at the parchment, memorizing the information the second that it went through his mind. So I have charms with the Gryffindors, transfiguration with Hufflepuff, and defense with the Gryffindors again every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then I have astronomy with Ravenclaw every Monday and Friday night. Next is potions with the Gryffindors, history of magic with Ravenclaw, and herbology with the Gryffindors every Tuesday and Thursday. Apparently, the first flying class will be on Saturday with Gryffindor, and then every other one after that. What the hell are these people thinking? XXXXXXXX. As it could have been suspected, Charms class started off with a fight between the redhead, who Harry now knew to be Ronald, and the great Ponce himself, Draco. Apparently, Ronald came from a poorer family than Draco, which was clearly evident due to his hand-me-down robes and his overall disheveled look, and because of this, the idiotic boy decided to punch out the blonde. Harry didn't even have to have been there to know how that went. The boy noticed that as soon as he took a seat in the highest part of the amphitheater-like room, the Gryffindors around him gave him odd looks, seemingly fighting a battle in their minds to thank him for punching Malfoy on the train or hate him because he was a Slytherin. As soon as the bell rung to signal the start of class, a small man who looked a bit like Albert Einstein in his famous photo canceled his disillusion spell from the top of a stack of books. All of the students gasped in shock, except for Harry, who had already sensed the crazy-looking man there. "Hello, class, and good morning. My name is Professor Flitwick," the old man announced in a squeaky voice, "and I am your charms teacher for the next 7 years." "Good morning, Professor," was the automatic chorus from the students. Harry had already grown bored and took out his second-year charms book on theory, instantly blocking out most of the noise from the small teacher, who was going on about what the next year would be like. Just as Harry was about to finish a paragraph on the disarming charm, he noticed that the class went completely silent. Out of curiosity, the young boy set his book down and looked up to find everyone staring at him through his hood. The boy stared at the professor for only a moment before he went back to his book, already guessing what they were looking at him for. "Mr. Potter, I asked you a question," Flitwick supplied, not hurt in the slightest at the cold attitude of the boy. "Could you repeat it?" he lazily replied, wanting to go back to his book, but curious as to why the professor had such a calm look on his face. "I asked what the incantation and wand movement to the levitation charm was, as you seem to not want to pay attention in my class," the charms teacher repeated, already knowing that the boy knew the charm like the back of his hand. Harry gave a sigh and stayed silent for several seconds, which led many of the bigoted Gryffindors and Slytherins to start to chuckle, as they thought that he didn't know the answer. The boy simply smirked under his hood before pointing his wand at the teacher and whispering, "Wingardium Leviosa." Everyone gasped in shock as the tiny teacher was lifted 2 feet into the air, perfectly suspended without any inconsistencies that normally accompanied first-year spell work. "Well done, Mr. Potter. Well done. 20 points to Slytherin for a perfectly executed levitation charm," the professor squeaked, much to the irritation of Draco and Ron, who were the first to start laughing at him. Harry simply went back to his book, finishing the paragraph on the disarming charm and silently promising to himself to learn and perfect it in the next week before he moved on to the next spell. Class ended on a high note when Draco tried to levitate Ronald like Harry had Flitwick, only for the idiotic boy to lose control and send himself into the back wall, breaking one of his ribs in the process. The impact caused Draco to cry out in pain, and to continue crying until his fellow Slytherins led him to the hospital wing. "Today might actually be better than I thought," Harry silently chuckled as he packed his things and headed to his next class. Throughout the duration of the class, a young girl with blonde hair and icy blue eyes watched the cloaked boy, silently wondering why he had been staring at her on that day, and more importantly, why he was so cold to everyone around him. Chapter 8. Broken. Sometimes we truly begin to find ourselves when we are broken down and weak, but other times, you're just left with the pieces of a shattered and tired soul. Doors. You ever wonder what you would have done if you had other opportunities? No, I was always going to be this. But let's just say that you could choose something else, what would it be? I wouldn't. Why not? September 2nd, 1991. As soon as charms finished, Harry immediately made his way to the library in order to find another book on the disarming spell. The boy wanted to get a better knowledge of it before he attempted it, as practicing defensive spells could be a bit trickier when done without the proper knowledge. Luckily for him, Madame Pants wasn't busy at the moment, so he decided to ask the woman directly instead of searching for it on his own. "Excuse me, Madame Pants. I was wondering if you had time to show me where a certain book was located." The 40-something woman gave the hooded boy a sweet smile that made him cringe a bit, before replying, "Why, of course I do, dear. What book would you be looking for today?" "A book on the disarming charm," Harry informed, eager to find where the book was located before heading to his next class. "Oh, why would you need that? You have the standard book of spells. Year 2, don't you?" the woman questioned. "Yes, but I would just like more information about the spell before I attempted it. I don't want to cause an accident because of faulty spell work." "Oh, all too right, Harry," the woman agreed, her use of his first name surprising him a bit. "It's right over here." The woman walked over to a shelf not too far away from them before picking out a slightly worn, green book titled Defensive Spells and How to Use Them by Quintus Potter. "Oh, it seems as though this was written by an ancestor of yours. How intriguing." The woman noticed, a smile crossing her face as she had already known who had written the book. Harry gave her a blank expression that she could hardly see under the hood before giving her a mumbled, "Thank you," and walking out of the library, leaving a perplexed librarian behind. XXXXXXXX. The walk to Transfiguration was a quick one, giving Harry no time to try to think about the change in Madame Pants. As soon as Harry arrived in the large classroom, he took a seat in the farthest possible location away from McGonagall's desk, not knowing or caring whom he was sitting next to. His reasoning for sitting in the back of this class was simple. Unlike Flitwick, who the boy had a slight respect for, he hated the hag. When he walked in, he noticed a black cat sitting on the wooden upholstery, but for some reason, its glare felt familiar. Since all of the chairs faced forward on the ground instead of an amphitheater, Harry felt as though it would be easier to study his text, as the person in front of him would block McGonagall's view of the book. The bell rang not much later than Harry had arrived, with the only thing in the class being the rowdy and talkative students and the strange cat that lay watching him and him only. "What is up with that cat? It reminds me of that stupid OL." Before he could finish his thought, the cat jumped into the air, quickly transforming into the old woman that he loathed with a passion. A shocked gasp rippled through the class, as they had never before seen such magic in their life. Harry simply rolled his eyes at the display, but found that he was truly impressed with the Transfiguration teacher, for once. As soon as he turned his gaze away from the woman and towards the girl next to him, he froze. There she was again. The imposter. The young elemental grit his teeth, eyes stinging a bit as he thought about the girl who had given him hope, only to rip it away again. "No, don't cry. You're a hunter. You're a hunter." Harry's hands instantly went to his necklace and his statue, gripping the token so hard that his knuckles turned white. He constantly repeated his line until after 5 minutes, he had gained some semblance of control. During this whole time, the imposter girl had noticed the boy look at her before quickly turning away to grip his necklace and something inside of his coat. What is he doing? And why does it look like he's in pain? Unfortunately for the two, McGonagall had been paying attention the entire time, and in order to try and trump the young boy who irritated her on a regular basis called, "Ms. Greengrass, could you tell me what the 5 principal exceptions of Gopp's law of elemental transfiguration are?" Daphne gave the woman a confused and slightly embarrassed look before replying, "I don't know, Prof. Dash. 1. You can't conjure food out of thin air. 2. You can't turn an animal into a human. 3. You can't create gold out of simple metal or create money out of thin air. 4. Some curses are simply irreversible. 5. You can't bring the dead back to life," Harry explained, surprising everyone and himself at his sudden defense of the blue-eyed blonde. The class was silent for several minutes as they tried to assess this new bit of information, while Harry simply went back to his book, unwilling to answer any further questions from McGonagall or the imposter. XXXXXXXX. As soon as the bell rang for lunch, Harry immediately went down to the Great Hall, wanting to simply eat his food and then go to the library. Unfortunately, a certain duo would not let that happen. "Hey, wait!" a young girl shouted, bringing everyone's attention to the cloaked boy. A girl with short brown hair and soft blue eyes raced towards Harry with the imposter in hand, seemingly trying to stop him for a chat. Harry was having none of it. "Leave me alone," he commanded, stopping the energetic girl short, which caused the other girl to crash into her. The imposter winced, while the other one gave the boy a beaming smile.
I'm Tracy.
"Tracy Davis. And this is Daphne Greengrass," the girl introduced, eyes full of genuine happiness as she gestured to the imposter. "I know who you are," Harry deadpanned. "Oh, well, we were just wondering if you wanted to sit by us. We know how lonely it can be, and you did help save Daph," Tracy explained, slightly unnerved by her inability to see the boy's face. "Trust me, it's not much to look at," Harry replied, leaving the girl gobsmacked. "I just wanted to thank you for helping me today. That's all," Daphne reasoned. Harry gave the girl a long look, wanting so desperately to know why she looked like her, but found that he couldn't read her mind. Or rather, he wouldn't. So instead, he chose to fondle his necklace, taking strength from it. "She may not be her, but that would be dishonorable of me to do." The group had been standing there for several minutes, and had attracted a rather large crowd, as everyone wanted to know more gossip about their mysterious savior. "Maybe some other time," Harry reluctantly sighed, before leaving the two to eat his lunch. While the rest of the crowd was shocked to hear an almost positive answer from the boy, Tracy playfully smacked Daphne, while she gushed, "See, I told you he likes you. XXXXXXXX." Lunch was thankfully a less exciting affair, with Harry once again sitting on his own. This time, however, he noticed that he'd gotten strange looks from a few of the Gryffindors and 2 familiar Slytherins. "I just had to open my big fat mouth," the boy thought, cursing himself for his stupidity. "And it was only the second day. Maybe it's because she looks so much like her." Any further thoughts were irrelevant, as the bell had rung in order to start the class that he knew would be the most uncomfortable. Dada. Unlike McGonagall, who Harry could easily handle, and actually found it quite funny to mess with, Quirrell was a wild card. The boy had gotten a weird feeling from the man since day one, and Harry had a sinking suspicion that there was something else going on with the man. If living on the streets of London for 2 years had given him anything, it was a proper judge of character, and Quirrell just did not sit right with him. So, when class started, the boy immediately took a seat in the darkest corner of the already dark classroom. This class is exactly like McGonagall's in that all of the desks face towards the teacher, but it would be much easier to study his second-year work, as Quirrell seemed like the type of teacher to not really care if his students paid attention. Unfortunately for him, 2 other girls decided to sit beside him, albeit a bit reluctantly. "Why do you always have a book out for class? Don't you want to take down notes?" Tracy asked. Harry gave the girl a chilling gaze before going back to his book, not willing to deal with her or her question. Tracy noticed this and poked Daphne, trying to get the girl to ask him in order to see if he would answer. "Why don't you just leave me alone?" Harry whispered, slightly startling the two. "Well, you seem like you need friends," the girl lamely replied. "I don't need anybody, certainly not some airhead and an imposter." The boy harshly spat back. Daphne gave the boy a cold look that she only reserved for the harshest of boys before she retorted, "Imposter? What are you on about?" Harry, however, completely ignored the question, silently chastising himself for his slip. So freaking stupid. The rest of the class passed in silence as the 2 girls had finally given up on the boy. For now. XXXXXXXX. As soon as the bell rang, Harry high-tailed it to his secret spot, wanting to beat the living crap out of something at the moment. Arriving in less than a few minutes, the boy quickly threw his book bag to the floor and summoned the dummy with a flick of his wrist. He immediately went after it with all that he had, brutally striking all of Person's vital spots, trying desperately to keep the tears from flowing. Stupid, 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 stupid. The boy began to imagine faces, seeing the many people who had wronged him his entire life. He punched Dumbledore in the face, hating the man for bringing up his worst memories. He ripped through Vernon's chest, hating the monster for giving him such a demented childhood. He slammed Petunia into the ground, hating the bitch for not being a proper aunt and protecting him from the horrors of her husband. He broke Dudley's arm, hating the slob for all of the times that he went Harry hunting. He tore off Voldemort's head, hating him for killing his parents and being part of the reason as to why his life was so fucked up. He ripped off his father's legs, hating him for being weak. He ripped off his mother's arms, hating her for failing him in the most crucial of ways. And lastly, the ripped out Mayan's heart, hating the most important girl in the world for doing the same to him. With each blow, he took all of his sadness and grief, transforming it into something positive for himself, or at least he tried to. Once he was finished, he sank to the floor, next to a shredded and broken dummy, chuckling bitterly at the irony of the situation. I wonder who people would think is more damaged, the boy thought before he cried himself to sleep, clutching his necklace so hard that blood poured from his hands. Chapter 9. The Fall. Happiness often sneaks through a door you didn't know you left open. Disconnected. Why are you always so broody all of the time? I mean, it's cute sometimes, but other times, what is there to be happy about? Oh, he speaks. Life. Smell the roses, man. Feel the light and just enjoy being alive. That's what my dad always says. And if that doesn't work, if I don't find joy in that light, then use me. I'll be your light. September 3rd, 1991. An abandoned classroom. Harry woke up with a headache and a kink in his back, still feeling the irony of the situation last night. I guess I really am broken. The boy slowly moved onto his feet, noticing that the window was giving off a dim light, not that of the sun, but that of the moon. Good. I can still make it back to the dorms without Dumbledore on my arse. Just thinking about the old coot was enough to make his blood freeze. So instead, Harry chose to focus on making it back to his room without Filch noticing. Shouldn't be too hard. The stupid squib is probably making love to his cat or something. As Harry began to make his way down to the dungeons, he sensed that someone was around him, so he ducked into an alcove and out of sight. A man, who Harry assumed to be Professor Quirrell based on his turban, moved past his hiding spot in a suspicious manner, almost as if he didn't want to get caught doing something. Interesting. I'll save that for later. The rest of his trip went without incident, allowing Harry to make it to the common room before sunrise. Unfortunately, when Harry made it in, a familiar greasy man awaited him in one of the many chairs within the Slytherin common room. I trust that you had an eventful evening, Mr. Potter? Snape asked, no sign of anger or curiosity in his voice. Of course, Professor, Harry replied, not willing to give the man any information about his whereabouts. Well, just don't make it a habit, Snape retorted before getting up and brushing himself off. The two gave each other a curt nod before going in opposite directions, with Harry going to meditate for an hour or so, and Snape doing whatever Snape does. Why is he the only one who doesn't give me shit? And I don't even like the oily git. XXXXXXXX. A wasteland covered in ice and snow surrounded the boy as roaring winds whipped at his clothes and hair. Some flecks of snow were black, while others were an icy blue, and others still were a pure white. I do love coming to this place, Harry thought as he did a 360 to take in the beautiful landscape before him. The beauty stopped, however, at a glowing ball of darkness that was somehow attached to this place. Except for that. I fucking hate that. Harry had tried many times to get rid of the ball, but every time that he got close to it, he was assaulted by feelings of rage and the smell of death and decay. What is that thing? Deciding that he should try again, Harry began to take a step forward, but stopped in his tracks when a face flowed through the ball. Did I just see a face? Holy shit, I just saw a face. Is that someone else? The boy quickly backpedaled away from the orb, not willing to take any more chances with getting close to the abomination. But I'm out of my league here. After spending several minutes thinking, the boy had come up with a plan that he definitely did not like. But I have to do it. This time, XXXXXXXX. Dumbledore's office.
7 Uhr morgens.
"What can I do for you today, Mr. Potter?" the headmaster asked in a polite and formal tone, much different than that of the last time that they were in this situation. "I need your help," Harry deadpanned, cringing a little at the surprised face of the old man. "Now, what could a resourceful young lad like you need help from old man like me?" Dumbledore asked, fake modesty flowing through his voice. "Just cut the crap. I want to show you something, but it can only be done through legitimacy. May I?" Dumbledore gave the boy a critical look before nodding his head once. Harry stared deep into the no longer twinkling eyes of the headmaster before crudely forcing a memory of his experience with the black sphere in his soul into the man, sharing only the parts of his encounters with the thing and nothing else. After only a few moments, Harry retreated from Dumbledore's mind. The two sat in silence before Harry asked the now pale man, "Well?" Dumbledore gave Harry a look of terror mixed with a hint of fear, which further worried the boy, before slowly responding. "It seems as though something foreign to your body has entered your magical core. Only the darkest of arts could have accomplished this." Harry absorbed every word that the man said, silently cursing as he was once again thrown into a very bad situation when it wasn't even his fault. "So what are we going to do about it?" the boy finally questioned, slightly worried that Dumbledore would have no idea how to handle the problem. "Well, the only thing that we can do about it is study it further. I cannot venture into your soul, as not even I am that powerful." Dumbledore started, causing Harry's shoulders to sag slightly. "However, I am sure that we will come up with a solution to this problem in time. We are two very powerful wizards after all." The man finished with a smile, causing Harry to internally frown. "Great. I get to spend even more time with the bastard. At least he didn't ask for anything in return. I would like to ask the reason as to why you came to me about this, though. After our last meeting, I would have thought you to have been less than pleased to be in my company again. Especially because of what is inside of you," Dumbledore inquired with a pensive look on his face. "I may have some darkness in me, but I'm not arrogant enough to think that I'm strong enough to use it to expel this vile abomination from my soul. The darkness isn't what makes me so hard-headed. I'm just naturally that way," Harry snorted, before getting up and heading towards the door. "Oh yeah, and before I forget, your defense teacher is a creep. I saw him sneaking around the castle last night, almost as if he didn't want to be followed." Dumbledore gave the boy an intrigued look before asking, "And what, pray tell, were you doing spying on a Hogwarts professor at night?" Harry simply shrugged his shoulders before leaving without another word. "Interesting. It seems as though he thinks that the darkness won't control him. I would have thought him to be smarter than that. And what's this about Quirrell? XXXXXXXX. Great Hall. Morning." After having his absolutely wonderful conversation with Dumbledore, Harry decided that he would need all of the energy that he could get to go through another day at this dreaded school. When he entered the hall, he noticed that Draco's group was a little bit closer to his usual spot, leading Harry to instantly be on alert for any signs of attack. "I wouldn't put it past the idiotic boy. My father just got invited to a ball that the minister will be holding next month. They are both pretty close, so I expect to get a high-paying job in the ministry when I graduate from Hogwarts," Malfoy boasted, clearly loud enough for Harry to hear. Harry simply rolled his eyes at the boy's failed attempt to show him up before getting back up and leaving to go to his next class. The boy never noticed the two young girls who had watched the entire thing with intrigued expressions. XXXXXXXX. Tracy elbowed Daphne, causing the girl to give her best friend an irritated frown. "See? I told you he'd be cool to hang around," Tracy explained. "Okay. But how do you know that he won't just blow us off again? I'm not going to be nipping at his heels in order for him to be my friend," Daphne argued. Tracy had grown silent, looking as if she were trying to come up with a solution to world hunger instead of finding a way to become friends with the mysterious boy who lived. "Well, he doesn't know that he's your partner in astronomy. Maybe we can use that to our advantage." Daphne simply rolled her eyes before mumbling, "Yeah, right? XXXXXXXX. Harry found himself wondering for the millionth time why the staff was stupid enough to put Gryffindors and Slytherins in a class that has the greatest potential to get someone killed. "I swear, Dumbledore's on crack or something. The class had started out well enough, with Snape once again trying to be a dramatic arsehole. But things took a turn for the worse when the head of Slytherin had noticed when Harry was not paying attention to his lecture. "Mr. Potter, I know that it might be hard for a puny mind such as yours to understand the exact science known as potion making, but I would be ever so glad if you could at least make the effort to pay attention during class," Snape drawled, eliciting a snort from Draco and most of the classroom. "Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. I thought that you were simply trying to put us to sleep," Harry retorted. Silence instantly overtook the class, almost as quick as a snap of the fingers. Snape internally smiled at the boy's cheek, as he thought, "All right, boy, I'll play your game. Okay then, Mr. Potter. Tell me, what will I get if I add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draft of the living death," Harry lazily answered. "Where would I be able to find a bezoar?" "It's a stone taken from the stomach of a goat," he answered simply. "Kind of strange if you ask me. How the hell does a stone get through a goat's digestive system?" He whispered to himself. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same thing. Are we done yet?" The boy dramatically sighed, actually enjoying the game that they were playing. "I feel like I've done this before," Harry absently thought. Snape simply gave the boy a cool glare before going back to his lecture, completely ignoring the fact that all of the students were now staring at the two combatants with open mouths and shocked faces. XXXXXXXX. "Okay, that was extremely scary, but pretty awesome," Tracy commented, voicing both her and Daphne's thoughts. "It wasn't that cool," Daphne lied, thinking furiously about the contradicting boy who had constantly been on her mind. What is up with him? One second he acts like he doesn't care, and then the next he can be almost as much as ass as Malfoy. At that moment, she turned to see the great Ponce himself make crude insults about that annoy redhead Gryffindor with the boy being within earshot. Okay, maybe not that bad, but still, and then he's always so depressed whenever I talk to him. Who are you, Potter? XXXXXXXX. As if the boy could sense her thoughts, Harry unconsciously turned to where Daphne was sitting, and as he had forgotten to put his hood up, the two made eye contact. Emerald/blue eyes met icy blue ones as the two locked into a stare that only they seemed to notice. Harry felt a weird pressure in his head, before his eyes shortly flashed an icy blue identical to that of Daphne's. The girl gave the boy a shocked look before Harry tore his gaze away, silently wondering to himself why she had looked at him that way and what had caused him to look at her in the first place. XXXXXXXX. After Harry's wonderful potions lesson, the boy found that he had some time before herbology, so he figured that he'd spend it training. And I do want to try that move again. As he made his way through the castle, he was so absorbed in his fantasies of gaining more control over his new ability that he didn't notice the two girls that were slowly following him. As soon as he reached the room, he took off his cloak and shirt in order to keep them from getting dirty before he repaired his dummy with a simple and silent reparo. Perfect, the boy thought before he sat down and began to meditate. Harry had a theory. He thought that the reason as to why his ice blast had drained him so much was because he had used his magic in an improper way. Instead of simply jumping right into it and only using his ice powers, Harry thought that meditating and summoning different sources of the power within him would prevent him from becoming fatigued. So, Harry now found himself digging deep within himself, summoning his darkness, his own magical power, and his unknown ice ability. A queer sensation spread throughout the boy, as a calm wind rustled his hair, causing a laugh to escape his mouth at the funny feeling. I could get used to this, he thought with a smile. Slowly, the boy opened his eyes to find himself cloaked in darkness, while icy blue and white tendrils slowly swam around him at a calm and relaxing pace. An immense surge of power accompanied this new ability, which gave Harry all the more incentive to practice going into this state more often. The boy absently lifted the dummy with his left hand in preparation for its annihilation, while concentrating on focusing his newfound power in his right. Oh, this is gonna be good. After he had accomplished his task, Harry put both of his hands together and in a dramatic fashion, thrust both of them towards the target. Hiya! Harry screamed, silently laughing to himself at his foolishness. This attack was much more powerful than his original attempt, as he caused the dummy and the entire section of the floor behind it to permanently freeze. "Hell yeah!" the boy exclaimed, jumping a bit at his success. As soon as he came back down, he instantly started falling forward, losing all motor controls as he had yet again used too much power his attack. "Shit! Shit! Shit!" the boy thought, before a scream rang through the air as he fainted. XXXXXXXX. "I'm telling you that this is a bad idea," Daphne chastised her friend as they followed Harry around the castle. "I just want to see what he's up to. That's all," Tracy suggested, knowing full well that her friend thought the same. "Whatever." The two turned back to the boy to see him turn into an abandoned classroom. "What is he going in there for?" Daphne wondered, stepping forward in order to spy on the mysterious boy. "Whoa, whoa, what are you doing?" Tracy nervously asked, now fearful of getting caught by Harry. "It was your idea," Daphne reminded. "Besides, now I'm really curious." The two cracked open the door to see the boy take off his shirt, causing the two girls to blush feverishly. Maybe this wasn't a good idea," Daphne began, before being interrupted by a cold feeling of sorrow and grief. "What the?" The two looked through the door to find Harry smiling as he was cloaked in darkness and some strange whirling energy. "He's dark," Daphne thought, crestfallen at the idea. As they continued to watch, they saw the boy's effortless use of wandless magic, and how he was condensing his energy into his center of his right palm. "What is he doing?" The two soon got their answer, as they heard Harry scream and throw a misty ball of black, white, and icy blue at his intended target. "Holy shit," the two thought in unison, as the dummy, and most of the floor behind it, flash froze. Any thoughts of the boy being dark escaped their minds as Daphne gave Tracy a look of wonderment and shock, which the girl returned in kind. "That was awesome." They then turned back to see Harry falling, face forward and seemingly unable to stop his descent. "A crap," Daphne thought as Tracy screamed. Chapter 10. Windows to the Soul. Scars on your soul. Scars on your skin. Some on the outside. Some are within. Some have a story. Some are unwritten. Some you can see. But most are quite hidden. Defect. And then I said, "Are you okay?"
YA.
"What's wrong with your arm?" "And nothing. Go away." "Hey, no, let me see." "No, get back."
Ashari?
September 5th, 1991. Hospital wing. Harry awoke with a groan, feeling a heavy weight on his chest and a constant pounding in his head. "What the?" As soon as the boy tried to open his eyes, he instantly regretted it. Light flooded Harry's senses, causing the boy to immediately close them as another round of pain coursed through his head. "A crap." Harry slowly opened his eyes once again, and after a few minutes of looking at the ceiling, found that they had finally adjusted. The boy then looked down to see a large mat of familiar-looking blonde hair and an even more familiar sleeping girl beneath it. Harry sighed, thinking, "She's cute when she sleeps." The young elemental moved Daphne into a seated position on her chair, careful to not wake her. His attempt had failed. "Well, what?" Daphne groaned, not realizing who she was with or what type of situation she was in. "I didn't know that you cared," Harry drawled, smiling in order to make light of the situation. Daphne was instantly on alert, blushing profusely at the mocking tone of the boy. "Now, if I may ask, how did you find me?" Harry suddenly questioned, face set in ice. "We heard a yell when we were walking through the hall, and when we followed it to see what was happening, we saw you passed out on the ground." Daphne easily lied, expression completely neutral while glancing towards his arm. "Bullshit. She's so lucky I can't read her mind." "Oh, well, if that's the case, I am forever in your gratitude," Harry sarcastically replied, with a look that clearly conveyed how little he believed her story. "Ah, Mr. Potter, it is nice to see that you are awake," a voice announced. Harry turned to Dumbledore and gave the man a passive look before a white missile headed straight for the boy. Ms. Greengrass, Madame Pomfrey shrieked. Why was I not notified at once of Mr. Potter's condition? I allowed you to stay with him the night in order to monitor him. Daphne once again found her cheeks to become beet red, while Harry silently chuckled to himself. Dumbledore watched the whole scene with a twinkle in his eyes. And you? The woman roared as she turned to Harry. How could you think of doing something so irresponsible? Listen, madam, I don't have time to sit here and listen to this shit, Harry interrupted, causing the woman to give the boy a stern look which he ignored. What day is it? He then asked Dumbledore. Thursday, Mr. Potter, the man chuckled. And I have given you a pass from classes today in order for you to read. Perfect, the boy interrupted, before jumping out of bed and summoning his clothes to him. I'm leaving. You can't stop me. I'm fine. Bye, Harry stated, before walking out of the room with his cloak in hand. Madame Pomfrey stared at the boy's retreating back, dumbfounded at his attitude. After a few moments, the woman regained her composure and yelled, Get back here this instant, before chasing after Harry. The boy simply gave the woman a devilish smile that caught all of those within the room off guard before ducking behind a corner and running away. Well, that was certainly weird, Daphne wondered aloud, voicing the two remaining occupants' thoughts. Yes, I do not think that I've really seen Mr. Potter smile before, Dumbledore wistfully replied, before the old man left the hospital wing for his office. Daphne simply sighed, packed her belongings, and left. XXXXXXXX. Albus, Albus, wait! A voice shouted, causing the older man to stop and wait for the exhausted nurse. Yes, Poppy, Dumbledore asked, slightly amused at the woman's antics. I feel as though we should discuss what we found out about Mr. Potter. It could be imper-. No, Dumbledore softly commanded, instantly silencing the woman. Whatever had happened is his business. It would not do well to press him for information in the foreseeable future. Trust me, Poppy. It is for the greater good. The woman's shoulders visibly sagged as she bit her lip and gave the man a nod in confirmation. She would listen to him, he was Dumbledore after all. XXXXXXXX. Nurse! Nurse! A young girl shouted as she ran into the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was instantly on alert, rushing over to the girl and asking, What happened, my dear? Is someone hurt? It's Harry, Harry Potter. He just collapsed. We didn't know what to do, the young girl hurriedly explained. The older woman quickly summoned some emergency supplies with a swish of her wand before having Tracy direct her towards the boy. As soon as the pair reached the room, Pomfrey immediately went to Harry's side, clutching his head as she cast a diagnostic spell over him. He'll live. He just has magical exhaustion. I'll take him to the hospital wing, and he should be good as new in a couple of days, the woman explained, earning a sigh of relief from both of the troubled girls. Thank you, Daphne said, as she and Tracy followed the woman to the hospital wing. No problem, dear. When the three reached their destination, the nurse cast another spell on Harry before further examining the boy's body for any other signs of trauma. Multiple bruises lined the boy's body from untreated injuries, with some dating as far back as 7 years ago. When she got to his wrists, she gasped in shock before quickly casting a Patronus message for Dumbledore. What is it? What's wrong? Daphne questioned, worried that Harry had some unknown injury. Poppy simply ignored her as she rushed over to the medical cabinet to grab a few potions, and to further avoid any questions. Daphne turned to Harry and after a few moments of searching, found what the other woman had. Oh no!
Ashari.
XXXXXXXX. Friday. After spending the entirety of yesterday practicing the disarming charm and avoiding Pomfrey, Harry found himself slightly relieved to be going to classes, if only to see his fellow students make fools of themselves as they attempted to get through classwork that he had already finished in a couple of weeks. Except Daphne, he absently corrected. As soon as he finished a lonely breakfast, the boy headed to his first class for the day, charms. I wonder if I can get away with studying again, the boy thought before he took his seat in the back of the class. Fortunately, Daphne and Tracy decided to sit with him as well. Wait, why is that a good thing? Hey, Tracy greeted, giving the boy a slightly worried look. Are you okay? I'm fine, Harry sighed, not exactly feeling like reprimanding the two for talking to him. Are you sure? Daphne asked, with an even more worried look on her face. Harry turned to glare at the girl, finding that he once again wished that she didn't look like her so that he could read her mind. Why are you so concerned about my well-being? The boy questioned, giving Daphne a critical look. It's nothing, the girl lied, sweating slightly at Harry's intense gaze. After a couple of moments of a staring contest between the two, Harry simply shrugged it off before turning back to the book that he borrowed from Madame Pants. Daphne breathed out a small sigh in relief before she took out some parchment and began to take notes. She never noticed the inquisitive look that Harry later gave her. What is she so nervous about? Did she see the fuck? A deep frown marred the boy's face before he whispered, I don't know what you think you saw, but just forget about it. I don't want your pity. Daphne's eyes widened in shock until after a few moments, she gave a nod in confirmation. Neither said anything for the rest of the period. XXXXXXXX. After class, Harry quickly walked to Transfiguration, not giving the annoying duo enough time to catch up with him. I swear it's like they live to annoy me. But what have they actually done to annoy you? A small voice in his head asked. Well, they're just annoying. How very mature of you, the voice drawled. Just give them a chance. Why? My only friend is her. Bullshit. You knew her for a couple of months. Get over it already. Shut up. Harry growled aloud, startling those around him as black frost crept from his body. No. Control. You can control this. The boy thought, closing his eyes and concentrating. The black frost continued to spread, covering those unaware in a thin layer of ice. Shit. Harry! A voice screamed as a hand slipped into his own. As soon as their hands came together, the black frost immediately stopped, allowing Harry to open his eyes. Two identical pairs of icy blue eyes met as the ice, which was close to consuming 3 people, slowly receded back into the troubled boy. Are you okay? Daphne asked. Harry gave the girl a weak smile, which caused said girl to react in kind. Thanks, he mumbled, before letting go of her hand and walking away, leaving behind an incredibly confused girl and a hall covered in ice. XXXXXXXX. Harry spent the rest of the day in a haze, constantly replaying what had happened earlier in the afternoon repeatedly in his head. Why does she have that effect on me? Is it really because she looks like her? Or is it something else? Harry was so lost in thought that he didn't realize that it was dinner until he found himself sitting down in the Great Hall. Shit, I'm spacing out too much. The boy began to pack a light meal, with turkey slices and treacle tart being the only things prominently displayed on his plate. Why do you like that stuff? It's so bad, a voice questioned, causing Harry to give the offending girl a raised eyebrow. My friend always liked it, the boy absently replied, not even realizing what he said until it was too late. You? Have a friend? Really? Daphne joked as she sat down across from him, slightly glad to hear the news, but not knowing why she was. Harry remained silent, leading the girl to give out an exasperated sigh.
I'm sorry.
Don't be, Harry automatically replied, silently cursing himself for his eagerness. Oh, okay, Daphne lamely responded, not expecting the boy to actually speak again. Harry went back to eating in silence, which led Daphne and Tracy to respond in kind. Daphne gave her friend a confused look, which Tracy only returned back, as they once again both found themselves thinking, what is up with him? XXXXXXXX. Because Harry had missed his astronomy class on Monday, he had no idea who his partner was, or what they would be doing, and frankly, he didn't care. As the boy walked into the class atop a large tower, he thought, just as long as I don't get someone overly stupid, I think I'll be fine. I'd even be okay with the airhead. Just not he dash. Fuck. As soon as the boy entered the class, he immediately noticed that all of the seats were taken by every telescope. all except one. Right by Daphne. The young elemental gave an irritated sigh before he glided over to the irritatingly confusing girl, not happy in the slightest to be partnered with her. Maybe just a little happy, the voice in his head chuckled, causing Harry to give a growl to no one in particular. Moonlight flowed through the open classroom and reflected off Daphne's blonde hair, causing Harry to think that the girl looked even more attractive than she already was. Wait, attractive? Of course, she is pretty cute, the voice agreed, much to Harry's chagrin. Hey, Daphne smiled, causing the boy's heart to skip a beat. What is wrong with me? Hello? The boy simply replied, sitting down and grabbing a blank star chart. What are we doing today? He asked. We're studying Orion. We have to map it and then research the myth behind it, Daphne supplied, as she searched for the widely known constellation in her telescope. Orion? That's easy. He was a hunter born from Poseidon and a Gorgon, I believe. I mean, there are many different versions of the story, but I do remember that he had a dog named Sirius. His lover was the goddess of the dawn, Eos, and she had a twin sister known as Selene, the goddess of the moon. Like all real heroes, his story ended in tragedy, Harry explained, surprising the girl with his knowledge of mythology. Oh, well, can you fit that in 6 inches? Daphne joked, eliciting a small laugh from the boy, which caused the girl to stare at him in wonderment. I'm sure that I can find a way, Harry chuckled, as his eyes flashed a familiar icy blue. How do you do that? Daphne questioned, as it wasn't the first time that she had seen this happen. Do what? Harry asked, feeling much more talkative for some reason. Your eyes, sometimes they look like mine, Daphne answered, causing the boy to freeze up. What? Harry questioned, eyes widening in shock. Daphne was taken aback, as she had never before seen the boy so surprised, or, dare she say it, frightful. Why, you didn't know? She stuttered. Harry sighed as he unconsciously gripped his necklace. No, I didn't. So then, what does this mean? I don't know. Chapter 11. Live your dreams. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Days. You have such amazing eyes. You know that? Aha, what? Yours are much better than mine. Oh, would you like them? Maybe. Can I steal yours? Only if I can have yours. It's a deal. Saturday, September 6, 1991. For the first time since the boy had been at Hogwarts, Harry had awoken to the suggestive thoughts of a familiar blonde girl with blue eyes. Which blonde girl, the boy didn't know. What is happening to me? After thinking about it for several moments, but finding no answer, the boy slipped out of bed to get ready for the day. When he got to the mirror, he stopped short, shocked by what he saw. A new streak of white hair was beginning to form under his first one, with a faint line of it spread an inch apart from the original. What the? The boy's skin was becoming paler as well, and for the first time since it had been brought to his attention, Harry's eyes flashed a familiar icy blue. Holy fuck. She was right. XXXXXXXX. Dumbledore's office. Is everyone here? The old man asked. Professor Quirrell is late, McGonagall supplied. Interesting. Oh, speak of the devil, Dumbledore chimed, announcing the shady professor's entrance. So sorry, Headmaster. I was busy grading some papers, Quirrell informed, eyes downcast from the older man. Quite all right, Quirinus. Now, I would like to begin this year's staff meeting a bit differently than normal. Most of you have a unique addition to your classrooms. Harry Potter, Dumbledore started. While Professor Flitwick's eyes brightened at the name of his favorite student, many of the other teachers winced in unison, namely Professor McGonagall. An excellent student, Headmaster, the short man squeaked. He's the top of my class and even performed a perfect levitation charm on the first day. I knew he was good, but not that good. As Dumbledore looked around, several of the professors had a look of irritation on their faces. And this time, McGonagall actually looked as if she were to hex off Fawkes with the intense glare that she was absently giving the bird. Is something the matter, Minerva? The older man asked, smirking as he already knew what she was about to say. That brat has been a disruption to my class since the first day, and he wasn't even there the entire week. He doesn't pay attention because he's reading a book the whole time, and when I ask him a question, he answers it perfectly. It's making me furious, Albus, the woman shrieked, startling those unaware of her mood. Now, Minerva, I'm sure that he isn't that bad, Dumbledore assured. It's true, Albus, Professor Sprout objected. I don't think that I've even seen him in my class. The rest of the meeting went on like this as various teachers discussed their experience with the young Potter child. As Dumbledore studied a certain turban-wearing professor, the older man noticed that he was completely silent for the entire duration of the meeting. Upon closer inspection, Quirrell seemed to be clenching his fists in rage every time Harry's name was mentioned. Interesting indeed. XXXXXXXX. Ugh, do I have to do this? The boy questioned. Of course, the girl sighed. All first years have to take flying lessons. But I don't want to, Harry half-heartedly whined, surprising the girl with his tone. I prefer to stay on the ground, thank you very much. As the two continued to walk down the hallway from breakfast together, shocking many of those who stumbled upon the pair, an idea came to Daphne's mind. Harry, Daphne began, are you afraid of heights? Said boy instantly stopped walking, causing the girl to believe that she was right, only for her to see the boy laughing. Laughing? He seems to be doing that more often, Daphne absently noted. Afraid? Me? Why would I be afraid of anything? Harry chuckled, stopping short as they reached the grassy area for their lesson. Upon seeing the large group of people by 2 rows of brooms, the boy instantly pulled his hood up, leaving his companion to wonder about this strange habit of his. I don't know. It just seemed like it. The girl soon shrugged, not wanting to think on it for too long. The boy simply rolled his eyes, something that the girl could strangely see, before stepping beside a broom by the end of the right row, farthest away from Madame Hooch. You're ridiculous, Harry whispered, before he mockingly stood at attention. Good afternoon, class, Madame Hooch greeted. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch, the class excitedly replied. Now I know that you are all excited to start today's lesson, the woman began. Yeah, right, Harry softly interjected, earning an elbow to his ribs from Daphne that no one else seemed to notice. So I suppose that we'll get right into it, she continued before pointing at their brooms. We are going to start off with a simple exercise today. You'll first command your brooms to your dominant hand with a simple up, and then I'll show you the proper way to handle them. The young elemental in attendance rolled his eyes, thinking, I am already bored. Up, he yawned, as the broom zoomed to his hand in an instant. Harry instantly gained a feeling of warmth that started from his hand and then began to spread out across his entire body. I could get used to this. Apparently, what Madame Hooch forgot to mention was that brooms attach themselves to their rider's magic, allowing them better control of the wooden object. While the cloaked boy was giving his broom a critical look, everyone else was staring at him in shock, as Madame Hooch had yet to instruct them to begin. Well done, Mr. Potter, the woman encouraged. However, please do wait until I actually give the signal next time, okay? Harry simply waved the woman off, causing her and Daphne to frown at him. Yes, well, the rest of you, call your brooms forth. A collective shout of up filled the air, with only 2 other people's brooms coming to their hands, Daphne and Draco. Not so special now, are you, Potter? The Malfoy heir spat, trying to get a rise out of the boy. Huh? What were you saying? I couldn't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am, Harry mocked, eliciting a hearty chuckle from his classmates. Draco huffed in irritation, looking as if he was going to say something else, but then stopped short with one look from Madame Hooch. Now then, this is how you handle a broom, the woman instructed, straddling the broomstick effortlessly before she hovered in the air a bit. The class clapped in amazement while Harry made a show of yawning loudly, clearly indicating that he was not impressed. Madame Hooch simply gave the boy a smirk before announcing, It seems as though Mr. Potter has volunteered to go first. If you would please be so kind, could you demonstrate your amazing flying skills to the class? A few of the obnoxious students began to laugh at the boy, which he only returned with a blank expression. "Of course, Madam Pooch," Harry jested, before he straddled the broom slowly and with much less finesse than the woman. Draco and Ronald began to laugh louder, as they both thought that they had finally found something that the annoying cloaked boy couldn't do. They were both instantly silenced, however, when Harry rocketed off the ground, flying effortlessly into the sky. The boy climbed higher and higher until he was just a dot in the sky before he plummeted back down to the earth at breakneck speeds, causing his hood to be pulled back by the winds. Harry's classmates screamed as the boy got closer and closer to the ground, not breaking out of his fall. Harry simply smirked at their foolishness before he pulled out of his dive at the last second, feet mere millimeters from the ground. "So, Madam Pooch, are my skills amazing enough for you?" The boy chuckled to the gaping crowd before him. When he failed to receive an answer from the woman, his smile turned to a nasty frown before he spat on the ground and growled, "Good, don't ever insult my abilities again." The boy then walked away, leaving everyone except Daphne standing in awe at Harry's amazing flying skills. Said girl simply shook her head at her friend's attitude, silently wondering what went through that head of his. XXXXXXXX. An abandoned classroom. Expelliarmus, Harry thought, as he focused on only his magical power, not adding any darkness or ice powers into the spell. He was rewarded with a flash of red light from his unusual wand and a disarmed opponent. "Yes!" the boy shouted verbally, jumping a bit at his success. Harry then turned back to his ancestor spellbook, finding the next useful spell in the book to be the banishing charm. "Oh, I got this. XXXXXXXX." As the weeks at school continued, Harry began to get stronger both physically and magically, learning spells that were beyond his current level and developing his dark powers as well as his ice ones. The boy also began to form a relationship with the annoying duo, as he liked to call them, almost going as far as to call them good acquaintances. This all culminated on one Sunday morning when the young elemental decided to try something that he hadn't for fear of ending up in the dreaded hospital again. His ice blast. XXXXXXXX. Sunday, September 28, 1991. Okay. You've got this. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. The boy began to once again channel his inner powers, easily calling them forth as he was shrouded in the familiar cloak of darkness. The pure white and icy blue tendrils flowed around him in a slow and slightly mesmerizing pace. Perfect. Now for the hard part. Harry then focused on the area between his palms, pushing some of the surrounding energy into it, but not all of it. He was rewarded with a ball of icy blue, midnight black and pure white that radiated power. "Okay, and now?" "HAA," the boy shouted, finding that it helped to relieve the built-up tension that he felt. Once again, he froze his target and most of the back wall, but this time the technique was only enough to make him drop to one knee in exhaustion, not hospitalize him. Harry began to laugh, truly laugh at his success, before he sank to the ground, laying on his back to stare at the ceiling. "I'm doing it, and it's all because of you. Thank you," the boy thought, before falling asleep on the cold, stone floor with a smile on his face. XXXXXXXX. Dumbledore's office. Why can this never be easy? Dumbledore poured himself another drink, feeling particularly thirsty this evening. "Why can this never be easy?" the man repeated, frustrated at his lack of progress. The boy was no closer to connecting with him than he had been at the beginning of August. In fact, Dumbledore would go as far as to say that their relationship had gone backwards instead of forwards. Where did I go wrong? Fawkes sang a song full of peace and hope to calm her master, which only served to make him smile for a moment before it wore off. "Thank you, Fawkes, but I fear that even your melodious tunes cannot put this weary heart to rest." The boy will not respond to any attempts at friendship. And with Voldemort's soul within him, who knows what he could do if he's angered by my presence? No, it's better if I stay away for now. I've already done the boy enough harm as is. The man's familiar gave a soft trill of sadness, not for the boy, but for her master. She could care less about the dark ice cretin. Dumbledore continued to drink his sorrows away as he had sensed his plans falling apart at the seams. Maybe it's for the best. He is dark after all. XXXXXXXX. As the young girl lay in bed for the night, she couldn't help but think of the boy that had been on her mind since her first day at Hogwarts. Why is he so intriguing? Mysterious?
Guy?
A voice in her head suggested. He is not cute. He's a little cute.
Ok fine.
He's a little cute. But I'm 11. So, we're not going to be the boy's girlfriend. It's just like window shopping. You admire it from afar but never buy it. Ah, you are so weird. Well, I am you. Sue? Daphne gave an irritated sigh to an empty room, finding herself to be both glad to be the boy's friend, but frustrated at her lack of knowledge of his past. All I actually know of him is everything since the beginning of this year. Why does he have to be so secretive? A soft wind brushed against Daphne's skin, instantly calming the girl and forcing her to fall asleep. Daphne never questioned the fact that she was underground with no venting system, and therefore it was impossible for that wind to have even existed. No, Daphne simply dozed off to sleep, her last thoughts being of a familiar black-haired boy with emerald blue eyes. Black Frost Chapter 12. Chapter 12, the middle of the beginning. The darkness takes him over. The sickness pulls him in. His eyes, a blown-out candle. I wish to go with him. Dark. Do you think it will always be like this? If my life has taught me anything, it's that you can never have too much of a good thing. But I'm your best friend. Remember? How many times do I have to remind you? We'll always be together. Right, always. October 31st, 1991. Girls' bathroom. New! A mighty voice boomed, fear and desperation evident in the speaker's voice. The troll continued its attack, its club hurtling towards the frightened girl on the floor. Time seemed to slow to an agonizing crawl as the speaker ran towards the girl, fully intent on saving her. I can't make it. Too slow. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. XXXXXXXX. A few hours earlier. Harry awoke to find himself once again thinking about the blonde girl, but still found that he couldn't tell which one it was. Damn. As he got up and ready for another easy day at Hogwarts, he noticed that his overall look was still at its constant rate of change. The second white streak that was once barely visible was now almost fully complete. This annoyed the boy, as he had yet to find out what the streaks actually meant. Were they symbols of my ice abilities, or were they something that actually helped me? Harry gave out an irritated sigh before he dropped his line of thinking, not willing to go down that road for a while. After finishing his daily routine, the boy stepped out of his dorm to find the Slytherin common room decorated to look like a haunted house, with real cobwebs and skeletons. He didn't want to know how they got those, among other things being displayed. Interesting. I didn't think that they would be the type to decorate and celebrate. The boy looked into the eyes of a second-year Slytherin and expertly began to read his surface thoughts for information. Get to take out some Gryffindors. Won't know what hit him. I love Halloween. Ah, that would explain that, Harry chuckled, before he noticed a group of third-years huddled up in a corner, seemingly planning something. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Harry gazed into the eyes of one of the weaker-willed ones, a girl with black hair and a round face, slipping past her occlumency shields with ease. Weasley twins. During breakfast, food. Oh, this is perfect. Ever since he had first met the Weasley twins, he had wanted to use them for leverage. They were always good for a distraction or two out of a sticky situation. Who knows what the boy could use them for? The possibilities are endless. As soon as Harry headed out of the common room and away from prying eyes, he pulled out his magic map of the school, instantly locating the twins on the 7th floor by the Gryffindor common room. Excellent, the boy thought with a grin. XXXXXXXX. On the 7th floor, in a secret room filled to the brim with different potion ingredients, two red-headed troublemakers hunched over a cauldron, carefully mixing and stirring a wild concoction. As one of the twins added an unknown herb, the solution changed from a fluorescent pink to a blood red. Nice forge, Gred exclaimed. Always Gred, the other twin smirked, before he bottled the potion. Well, 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 what are two Gryffindors such as yourselves doing up here on a fine day such as this? A voice mocked. Shit, the two thought in unison, as they slowly turned around to see. Nothing? Wait, what? Forge questioned, looking at his twin in puzzlement. I always wondered if you two were incredibly stupid or actually geniuses. I guess it was the latter, Harry drawled behind the two, startling Forge enough to cause him to drop the blood-red potion. Shit! The two yelled in unison, before Harry expertly caught it. Damn! Hold on to your shit, man! The boy chicked, chuckling internally at their foolishness. What the bloody hell is a snake doing here? Forge shouted. I don't know Forge, but he sure as hell isn't going to be here much longer, Gred supplied, before they both reached for their wands, to find that they weren't there. Huh? The two said in unison. Harry gave the two a sarcastic smile before holding the redhead's wands in mid-air, twirling them a bit to show off. Excuse me, gentlemen, I have some very sticky fingers, Harry joked, further startling the two. The two twins gave the boy an impressed yet weary look, as they knew that they couldn't defend themselves without their wands, but found the boy's pickpocketing skills to be impressive. I'm only here to talk, Harry placated, before throwing the two their wands and the blood-red potion. About? Gred inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Some people want to do something at some time to some other people, Harry slowly explained, purposefully leaving out any actual information. Both twins looked toward one another, silently discussing amongst themselves. After 2 minutes of this with a slightly defeated Forge and victorious-looking Gred, the twins asked, What do you want for this information? Just 3 favors, Harry smiled, startling the two once again, but this time as it was due to his friendly nature. Just 3 favors? Forge questioned, his voice layered with suspicion and doubt. Yoop, so deal. The two went back to their earlier silent conversation, which slightly irritated the young elemental as he was left out of the loop. We'll listen, then we'll decide, Gred finally answered. Harry simply rolled his eyes before mumbling, Idiots! The third-year Slytherins are planning to get you back for that stunt on the first day. It has something to do with your food. I recommend a switching spell. That way, they'll taste whatever it is they plan to give you. And why would you tell us this? Forge asked, still suspicious of the boy. Harry gave out an irritated sigh before he repeated, 3 favors. Deal, Gred smirked, happy to get out of any embarrassing situation from a stupid snake, and the boy did seem trustworthy. He did punch out Malfoy on the train. Good, Harry simply stated, before he turned on his heels and walked out of the room, leaving the two troublemakers behind. XXXXXXXX. Great Hall. After his meeting with the Weasley twins, Harry headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast, and was quickly accompanied by the annoying duo. Where have you been? Tracy questioned the boy, as the 3 of them sat down at the end of the Slytherin table. Nowhere. Everywhere, Harry dodged, chuckling a bit at the irritation displayed in the young girl's face. Daphne simply rolled her eyes at the two, not particularly enjoying her friend's banter with Harry. Gilalis, the voice in her head, teased. Not even. I'm 11, remember? Window shopping, remember? You'll have time for that later. The girl gave out an irritated sigh, something that both of her companions noticed. Are you okay? Tracy asked the blonde. Fine, she snapped. Whoa, missy, testy much? Harry drawled, smirking at the irritated girl's face. Shut up, the girl mumbled, before she shrieked and shot up in the air from a sharp pinch to her nether regions. In doing so, the girl accidentally cut her thumb with her knife. A small river of blood poured from the girl's thumb, flowing slowly down onto the table. No, I don't particularly feel like it, the young elemental stated, face set in stone as he stared at her hand, eyes growing darker as each second passed. Harry, that hurt, Daphne rounded, about to smack him before he roughly grabbed her hand out of the air in self-defense. Harry instantly let go of her hand, as his mind was flooded with a vision. XXXXXXXX.
Then,
Rain fell all around him at a slow and relaxing pace. This wasn't the type of rain that would cause massive alerts or warnings, nor was it the type of rain that simply drizzled and was only a slight discomfort to most people. No, this rain wanted to be noticed. Harry tried to look around, only to find that each attempt brought on a massive headache. What is going on? He thought as he tried looking ahead only to have the same thing happen. Fuck. What the? As the boy moved his hands, he felt something sticky on them. This feels like... A simple glance was all that the boy needed to see that his hands were covered in blood. The sticky dark red substance slowly dripped off of his hands, almost to the rhythm of a slow and dying heartbeat. Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, the boy repeated in his mind, thoughts furiously trying to figure out what the hell was going on. As the boy looked down further, he noticed a battered and bruised body beneath him, chest slowly heaving as the person began to take their last breath.
no, 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 this can't be happening.
Suddenly and without warning, Harry was hurtled from the vision, coming back again to the present. XXXXXXXX. Harry? Are you okay? Tracy stumbled, eyes full of worry and a small amount of fear. The pale boy couldn't find it in himself to reply, so he chose to instead head off to his room, much to the protest of the two girls. As Harry silently made his way back to his room, he found that he had been gripping his necklace so hard that blood began to ooze from his hand. Blood just like XXXXXXXX. As soon as Daphne made her attempt to smack her mysterious friend, she instantly regretted it. Harry roughly grabbed her arm, causing her to wince in pain before he just as quickly let go. What the? All of a sudden, Harry went rigid and unmoving, staring deeply into the cut on Daphne's hand. Harry? She whispered, not wanting to draw attention to their part of the table. The boy's face quickly became extremely pale, and his eyes turned a midnight black. Holy sh! Harry, are you okay? Tracy asked, eyes laced with worry and a small amount of fear. Almost as if the words brought him back from wherever he had gone, Harry's eyes turned to their normal emerald blue. The boy then walked away, not even hearing the girls' whispers of concern. As soon as Harry walked out of the hall, the two worried girls turned to one another, silently agreeing to investigate the matter further after classes. They didn't bother paying attention to one of the Slytherins turning into an baby-sized snake, nor joined the hall in uproarious laughter afterwards. No, all they thought about was their troubled and mysterious friend. XXXXXXXX. Harry's dorm. As soon as the young elemental made his way into his room, he collapsed onto his bed, head swimming and feeling extremely exhausted. What the hell is happening to me? The boy's magic began to channel itself, swirling violently around the room and attacking everything in sight.
No.
Stop it, Harry urged, trying to force the pain away and make his magic come back under control. But it was having none of that. Everything from simple pieces of parchment to medium-sized books were picked up in the miniature tornado of icy blue and pure white, while a shroud of darkness hung over the boy's face, looking menacing and murderous. Harry could do absolutely nothing as he was repeatedly assaulted and beaten by the mysterious force with books and other sharp objects. "What do you want?" the boy shouted at the unknown entity. "You!" The dark entity then rushed back into Harry's body, causing the boy's back to arch in agonizing pain and the tornado to recede. The only sound that could be heard after this morbid event were the cries from a young boy who was once again made vulnerable and weak. "I'm nothing. I am nothing. Nothing but a freak." XXXXXXXX. Dumbledore's office. Ever since his initial conversation with the young Potter boy about the man, Dumbledore had grown increasingly suspicious of his defense against the dark arts teacher. Quirrell was definitely a lot shadier than the older man had realized, if what his portraits had told him was correct. Every time that he goes out of his office, he follows a strict route away from most of the portraits, almost as if he knows. Interesting, So he does know, but that doesn't explain why. Is he in league with Tom? Or is this something else entirely? I will have to ask Severus to keep an eye on the man. Dumbledore then turned to a small wardrobe in the back of his office. The wardrobe was a simple one, with the prominent color being brown and with it only being made of small wooden planks. It was nothing too special. In fact, it could even be called too ordinary for the eccentric man. But it was what lay inside that was truly impressive. The cloak of invisibility, interesting how it works, or rather, how it doesn't. Dumbledore had tried on countless occasions to get the cloak to work, but every time he tried, it simply stayed visible. The man wouldn't have even known it was the fabled cloak if James hadn't left it in his possession. James, I'm sorry for what I did. I was a fool. The terrible weight that had been on Dumbledore's shoulders ever since that night returned with a vengeance, causing the man to once again reach for a bottle. Ha! If I keep this up, I'll become one of those alcoholics. The older man burst out into a bitter laugh before he mumbled, "The leader of the light. Really just a simple drunkard. How ridiculous." It wasn't even 10 a.m. before Dumbledore had drunk enough to cause himself to pass out. The man wouldn't wake up from his guilt-filled slumber for a long time. Sometimes I see a flicker, a light that shone from them. I hold him to me tightly. Before he's gone again. Despair. So, why do you do this again? It is what I was meant to do. No, don't give me that bullshit. Nobody is meant to do anything. What are you hiding? What are you? October 31st, 1991. After Harry's episode in the morning, Daphne and Tracy had spent all of the rest of the day coming up with theories about what caused it. You think he was just sick? Daphne reiterated, doubting her friend's logic. Well, we don't really know too much about him. Could have been anything. But if people ask, he's sick, Tracy confirmed. Daphne simply rolled her eyes at her friend. That's the oldest trick in the book. As the two continued to walk to their next class, they noticed a strange occurrence on the third floor. Apparently, someone had went down the forbidden third-floor corridor and left the door unlocked and slightly ajar. Who would do such a thing? Wouldn't they be smart enough to close it? Daphne wondered. Tracy began to reach for the door, her face filled with curiosity, before Daphne snatched her arm away. You idiot! Have you never heard the phrase, curiosity killed the cat? I mean, it's a Muggle saying for crying out loud, the blonde scolded. But what if it's Tracy started?
No.
I won't let us end up like those stupid chicks in those horror movies that you showed me when we were 9. We are leaving now. And with that, Daphne dragged Tracy away from the door and down a flight of stairs. Neither noticed the irritated growl that replaced the silence when they left, nor their shady dada professor behind the door. Damn. We'll have to get them another way. Master, what do you think? I believe that the troll will prove sufficient enough, Quirrell. Come, we must get more unicorn blood before the day is out. I will have that stone today. The shady professor subconsciously bowed his head before he went to get everything ready for the feast, plans of taking the stone and restoring his master being the only thing on his mind. XXXXXXXX. Harry's dorm. 3 p.m. Harry was startled awake by the sound of his shrieking owl, or as he liked to call her, his shrieking chicken. The boy opened his eyes to find the snowy white beast sitting atop his headboard, staring down with a look of irritation and concern. PSH. Probably just hungry or something. Harry made a quick move to grab for the white nuisance, but found that his movements were sluggish at best and straight-up drunken at worst. A shit. Is this what a hangover feels like? The boy slowly moved into a sitting position, finding that once he finally made it, he was covered in sweat and breathing far too heavily for such a simple task. Maybe I'm a bit worse off than I realized. His thoughts were confirmed by the now smug expression on the beast's face, one which he oh so desperately wanted to smack off of her. Stupid chicken. Hedwig hopped closer to the boy's head, before she unceremoniously dropped the black letter that she had been holding in her beak onto his lap. And what's this? I never get mail, and the only person that can even really use you is me, Harry wondered, giving the bird an inquisitive look. Hedwig simply gave the boy a blank stare, while the cogs in his foggy mind slowly began to turn. Wait, I sent this to myself? The boy questioned aloud, receiving a nod of confirmation from the bird before it took flight and left. Wait, how did you even get down here? Harry got his answer when the white owl slowly but surely turned the handle with a combination of her claws and her wings, surprising the boy at the creature's ingenuity. Maybe she's not as dumb as I thought. The boy then turned his attention back to the black envelope, deciding to inspect every inch of it before he opened it. How could I send myself something, but then not remember that I sent it? After finding no problems with the exterior, Harry slowly opened the mysterious envelope, finding only his necklace and a standard piece of white parchment inside. What the? After the boy quickly put his necklace back on, he began to read the 7 words that seemed to be written in blood on the parchment. I know what you did to her. Harry instantly ripped the offending message without a second thought, before he ran to his waste bin and heaved into it. This cannot be happening. XXXXXXXX. Dinner. Halloween was always one of Daphne's favorite holidays. But she had to pee. The lights, the decoration, the dressing up. She loved them all. But she had to pee. The food looked excellent. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. Even the Slytherins were laughing and joking. I mean, the Slytherins. But she had to pee. I'm gonna go to the loo, she told Tracy, earning a simple nod in return as the girl was too busy stuffing her face with candy. Daphne simply rolled her eyes before she left to go to the bathroom, not even noticing the disillusioned Quirrell watching her every move. As soon as the girl was out of sight, the man canceled the spell before giving himself a disheveled look with a simple spell. When he was satisfied, he rushed through the great hall shouting, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons! XXXXXXXX." Emerald/blue eyes opened wide, as the young boy whispered, "Daphne! XXXXXXXX." Daphne stepped out of the stall before she went over to the sink to wash her hands. I wonder how much candy Tracy has eaten by now? That girl has such a sweet tooth." Just before she was finished, she heard a deep rumbling noise that seemed to cause the very ground beneath her to tremble. What the OFSK? The girl turned to see a 10-foot-tall mountain troll standing within the entryway to the bathroom, looking fearsome in its stature, but she could still see confusion in its face. That confusion was gone, however, as soon as the two made eye contact, and it was soon replaced with a misguided and deep-seated hatred. "I'm going to die. Fuck my life," Daphne internally cried, before she slowly backed away from the creature, face set in stone. The troll lumbered after her, each step causing a miniature earthquake that in turn caused the glass mirrors in the room to break all around Daphne. A piece of glass caught her in the leg, giving the girl a moderate-sized cut that caused her to drop to the ground. Luckily, the troll decided to swing its club at that moment, and the girl harrowingly missed being decapitated by the blubbering creature. The sinks, however, weren't so lucky. Water began to rush freely from the destroyed appliances, soaking the entire floor and the frightened girl. Damn it! Daphne could only stare at the troll with wide eyes as she slowly became within arm's reach of it. All spells and common sense fled her mind as pure terror filled it. Her pursuer slowly began to raise its arm for its final attack, and in that instant she saw a face appear in the entryway. His face. "No, he can't die with me." "No!" A mighty voice boomed, fear and desperation evident in Harry's voice. The troll continued its attack, its club hurtling towards a fearful Daphne. Time seemed to slow to an agonizing crawl as Harry ran towards the girl, fully intent on killing this stupid troll and saving her life. "I can't make it. Too slow. Damn it, damn it, damn it." As Harry got closer, he noticed the crimson-red blood slowly seeping from Daphne, and almost as if a switch had been flipped, the boy stopped running. All within a split second, Harry dissolved into the water beneath him and quickly reappeared from the blood that had flowed from Daphne. Right before the troll would have hit the boy, an invisible force blocked the blow, sending the troll's club sailing in the opposite direction, and the troll itself to get knocked on its arse. Harry slowly turned towards the frightened girl, face set in ice and eyes slowly growing darker. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, with a voice that was deep, rich, and so very cold. Daphne could only nod her head, as she was shocked into silence by the new development. "Look out!" she yelled out in warning, as the troll tried to punch the young boy with all its might. Another force field blocked the blow, this time sending the troll careening into the back wall from the recoil. Harry simply turned away from the girl, before he began to channel his powers with such ease. It was almost as simple as breathing. As the boy took his first step towards the beast, his eyes grew to be a midnight black. As he took his second, a pure white began to spread from the two streaks until his hair had completely changed color. As he took his third, his wand appeared in his hand without him having to summon it. As he took his fourth, he placed his open left hand over the tip of it, before he slowly slid it over open space, creating a one-handed long sword out of black frost. And as he took his fifth, he simply disappeared. Several seconds went on in silence before suddenly, the troll screeched out in pain as 3 deep cuts went across its chest, 2 going diagonally over it while the last went through the center. Harry then reappeared, giving the beast a glare so impassive and cruel that it whimpered in fright. Daphne could only sit there drowning in horror as a familiar black cloak of darkness fell over the boy, covering him completely and obscuring her vision of him. "No, you're not supposed to use it," she sobbed, "only study it." Another scream emitted from the troll, shocking the girl out of her state as she saw the most gruesome thing that she would ever see in her life. Harry slowly and meticulously cut off each and every one of the troll's extremities, starting from its toes and then moving towards its heels. He hacked and hacked with that same blank and cruel expression on his face, not taking any pleasure in the task, but finding it to be cathartic in a way. The entire time, the troll could only stare at the boy, as it was unable to move from the mere pressure of Harry's deadly magic. Once he got to the torso, Harry began to move to the fingers, deciding that he wanted to save that part for last. At that point, Dumbledore had appeared in the entryway, alone and sickened by what he saw. The man took in the situation in an instant, and was about to make his way over to help the Greengrass child, when he realized 2 things. He had only been alerted to the disturbance due to the headmaster's ability to sense any form of dark magic within the castle, but when he had arrived, he was not able to actually hear what was sure to be a horrifying experience for Daphne. Except for the Slytherin common room, of course. Salazar must have cast some very powerful magic for that. He could not actually enter the bathroom, which puzzled the man greatly, as he did not sense any wards that he had known around the area. Strange. So, all the man could do was sit and watch as a blood-soaked Harry slowly cut the troll to pieces, before finally cutting off its silent screams with a well-placed strike to its head. This may be more of a problem that I bargained for. As soon as Harry was finished, the silencing ward and barrier were dropped, allowing the older man to quickly go to Daphne's side. "Ms. Greengrass, are you all right?" Dumbledore quickly asked the girl. Unfortunately, he received no response, as all of her focus was on the somehow magically blood-free Harry. "How could you do that?" she whispered, cutting through the newfound silence. "I will always protect you," the rich voice replied using Harry's mouth. "That wasn't protecting me," she harshly bit back, anger coursing within her veins. "You used the darkness. We don't do that. You're only supposed to study it, never use it." Harry simply stood there, taking the girl's abuse. "Are you finished?" he asked, not batting an eye at her heartbroken expression. When he was met with silence, he simply blinked before everything in the room went back to the way that it was before the attack, from the broken sinks to the blood-splattered wall. Even the troll's body parts were vanished, much to the shock of the other 2 individuals. Everything was back to normal. But nothing would ever be normal again. "Good," he finally said before he turned to Dumbledore. "I don't know how a troll could have gotten into this school under your watch, but I have an idea about who could have done it." "You don't, the older man began in protest. "Yes, I do," Harry interrupted, before he went back to Daphne. His black eyes scanned over the girl's body, and after finding nothing else wrong with it, he healed the cut on her leg with another blink of his eyes. Daphne's gaze didn't waver from the boys, causing the two to find themselves in a strange, staring competition. I think that it would be best if we continue this discussion in my office before the other teachers arrive. Dumbledore slowly interrupted, finding himself truly frightened for the first time in his life by the mere presence of the boy. That will not be necessary, Dumbledore. You don't understand this just as much as the boy does, Harry informed. The boy? So you are not Harry Potter? The older man asked, thoughts going at 1,000,000 miles a minute. I am, but I am not. The boy dodged, earning a small laugh to escape the two's lips. This was the usual behavior that they associated with the boy that had grown on them, despite the nervous tension that had filled the air. Is Harry still in there? Daphne fearfully asked, horror-stricken at the thought of losing her friend. Somehow, the situation became less and less scary as their conversation continued. A calming charm? Interesting, Dumbledore thought, as he had picked up on the subtle but necessary display of magic from the boy. Of course he is. He thinks that what happened was extremely badass, but he fears that you will not want to be around him anymore for fear of these abilities, Harry explained, earning another small chuckle from the girl. Yeah, that sounds like him, she sighed, before getting up and brushing herself off. Harry simply nodded his head before he slowly began to revert back to his usual self. Thank you for saving me, she whispered, before she gave him a quick hug. Once the change was complete, Harry gave the two a rare smile that seemed to cut through the remains of the tension in the air. That smile soon turned to a grimace before he quickly said, "Take me to the hospital wing, quick dash." Harry then cut himself off as he fell face first to the floor, passing out in less than a few seconds. His last thought before everything went dark was, why the fuck do I always fall on my face? We can never obtain peace in the outer world until we make peace with ourselves. Decisions. Did you ever have a family? Well, a wife, 2 children. Where are they? November 1st, 1991. Dumbledore's office. Are you stupid? Harry sighed, irritated at the old man for even thinking about this.
No.
I feel as though it is our best course of action. We must wait and see if he makes another move before we apprehend him, Dumbledore explained, hoping to get the boy to see his side of things. And if a student gets hurt because of this huge mistake that you're making, it will not come to that. I believe that he will not try anything until the end of the school year. If it really is him, this is mere speculation after all. Harry gave the man a look that clearly said, "Are you fucking stupid?" before he walked out of the room, slamming the door with extreme force on his way out. He knew that Dumbledore would never see reason, but he had to try anyways. XXXXXXXX. Great Hall. You okay? Harry asked a solemn Daphne over dinner, surprising Tracy at his forward tone. Why yeah, I'm fine. Just having these bad dreams, she mumbled, eyes downcast and away from the young elemental. Look, I know that what you saw was scary, but I did it to protect you. You understand that, right? Daphne could only weakly nod her head, as she didn't want to lie to the boy's face. Harry gave the girl a crestfallen look before he sighed and went back to his meal, not willing to answer any of Tracy's many questions. This is going to be harder than I thought. XXXXXXXX. November 15th, 1991. Afternoon. Abandoned classroom. This is going to be harder than I thought. Harry roughly coughed as he wiped the sweat off of his face. After the events of Halloween, the boy had been training relentlessly, trying to recreate the state that he had been in before. The boy had counted 50 tries. All were failures. Why is this so difficult? Harry began to try once again, channeling his energy to its fullest potential, causing a faint layer of darkness to surround him. There weren't any tendrils of energy, however, and when the boy tried to summon them again, all he got was more darkness. UGHH! The boy yelled in exasperation, before he slumped to the ground in exhaustion. I've wasted too much time on this. Ever since the boy had found out about these powers, he had put all of his time into his training, and his studies have suffered because of it. Luckily, the boy had finished his second-year work on theory, and was just about finished with the third quarter on the practical side of things, so he didn't have to worry about any of the teachers and their dreaded homework at all. No, it was his own personal goals that he was worried about. I got to get back on track. I've got to. Harry slowly picked himself off of the floor, clearing his mind as he began to calmly channel his powers once again. He breathed in. I can do this. He breathed out. I can do this. He breathed in. I can do this. He breathed out. With each breath, the boy put slightly more and more energy into his task. This lasted until he eventually put every ounce of power he had into his efforts, gaining a cloak of darkness that was slightly less thick than when he was in that state. Okay, now
Small nice.
Harry once again attempted to summon his elemental powers, but no matter how hard the boy tried, he just couldn't do it. No, this will not beat me. But it did. A sinister laugh filled the air around him, causing the boy to lose his concentration and let the darkness gain control over him. The last thing that the boy saw before everything went black was the blinding light from the only window in the room. XXXXXXXX. He saw nothing. He smelt nothing. He tasted nothing. He heard nothing. He felt nothing. He sensed nothing. He was nothing. What is going on? Harry thought, as he tried to look around but found nothing in this dark and blank abyss. Suddenly and without warning, a cackle, much like that of the one that he had heard before, rang through his ears. A shit. The sinister cackling continued, sounding as if it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Now, what do you want? The boy thought to himself. You. Harry was then roughly shoved to the ground by an invisible force, eliciting a shocked gasp from the boy before he was brought back to the real world. XXXXXXXX. The boy awoke with a start, quickly scrabbling to get up and away from his previous spot, not even noticing the moonlight hitting the ground or the faint calling of the owls outside. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Did that seriously just fucking happen? What the fuck was that? Harry paced feverishly across the room, putting every ounce of thought into what had just happened. That was obviously my core. But why was it pitch black? Where was the snow? As the boy continued pacing, his thoughts began to seem as if they were further and further away from the truth. God damn it, Dumbledore. Why do you have to be keeping secrets now? This is a huge fucking problem. Ever since Harry had gone to Dumbledore about the black orb in his core, he knew that the old man was keeping something from him. It was simply too ridiculous for the man to not know about what was causing this problem. And Harry always hated to think this, Dumbledore was a very powerful sorcerer. He has to know something. He has to. The thing that infuriated the young elemental the most was that although the man knew Harry was in trouble, he has so far done nothing to help him, even when it was as something as serious as this. It's like he wants me to. Harry stopped pacing, as his mind slowly but surely came up with the answer. He wants me to fail, but what does he have to gain from that? He wants you dead silly. The young elemental's eyes grew twice as big with shock, as he had never before heard that voice in his head. What do you mean he wants me dead? Oops. Maybe that was the other one? Oh well, bye. Wait, who are you? What are you? Damn. Harry began to pace again as he grabbed his necklace for comfort. One thing's for sure, ever since that day with the vision, everything has been going to shit. If that was the trigger for all of this, what does this mean? Visions, blackouts, and unpleasant voices in my head. I'm definitely going crazy. XXXXXXXX. In another part of the castle, a young girl of 11 was tossing and turning in her bed, sweating pouring off of her body in buckets. No, Harry. Don't fall. Daphne groaned, her face scrunched up with fear and anxiety. As the nightmare ensued, the girl's moans got louder, until they eventually turned into full-blown screams. Harry, no! The girl cried, tears pouring down her face as she awoke from her terrible slumber. Daphne quickly went over to her waste bin, before she hurled into the small receptacle, still crying from her nightmare. What the hell is wrong with me? Why did he have to do this to me? As the girl slowly cried herself back to sleep, a young boy on the other side of the castle slowly awoke to the feeling of tears falling down his face. What the? The boy paid it no further attention as he drifted back to his semi-peaceful slumber. XXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, in a dark corner in Hogwarts. Master, what will we do? I fear Dumbledore has grown more suspicious of us, and he has yet to tell us what happened to the troll. A certain shady defense professor cried. Silence, you incompetent fool. Dumbledore is no match for my power. The Dark Lord boasted, fully intent on ending the man himself. But it is my power that he would go up against. Please, master, let us flee before we are discovered, Quirrell pleaded, not willing to die over Potter. No, we have yet to kill the boy. I will have my revenge. Then we can leave. The stone has proven to be too elusive even to my standards. I believe Dumbledore expected us to come and find it. He may be a wretched old fool, but he is still a very powerful sorcerer, Voldemort commanded, recognizing the other wizard's power for what it was. Not as strong as I am, though, he later added. So then what shall we do, master? We shall lure the boy into a trap, and then kill him, but you will allow me full control over your body at that moment. I must be the one to end Harry Potter. But won't my body be ruined after the process? That is of little consequence to me. Voldemort rounded on the man, anger coursing through his silent words. Be thankful that I will not inhabit you long enough to kill you. Of course, Master. And when shall we go after the boy? Over the Yule holidays. There will be less students and with it, a better chance of making our escape without being noticed. We shall use our usual route out of the castle that our dearly departed Wormtail had told us about. At least the rat was good for something. Perfect, master. You really are brilliant. Voldemort let the insignificant oaf praise him for a bit longer before he hissed. That is enough. Let us rest. We have some preparations to take care of. XXXXXXXX. Dumbledore's office. And here we are once again, Dumbledore thought, as he poured yet another round of scotch into his glass. Why does he have to be so difficult? The boy had been a nuisance ever since he had arrived at Hogwarts. Dumbledore realized that, but he had never been evil or cruel to people who didn't deserve it. But he is still dark. How is that so? How has he yet to have succumbed to it? After rewatching his memory of the boy's slaughter of the troll for the 50th time, the look in the boy's eye was still enough to frighten the man to his very core. Those eyes, they're like staring into the deepest, darkest abyss. And yet, he did not harm the Greengrass child when he had the chance. Nor did he harm me, and I have wronged the boy just as much as Tom has. Mr. Potter was indeed a conundrum that Dumbledore had no idea how to solve. It was really only partially the man's fault. He was just too stubborn in his ways, and would hardly change his outlook on what he had believed his entire life to be true. However, because he had thousands of wizards who would gladly believe in what the old man believed in, it was his fault for creating such a stigma against the dark. There were hardly any gray wizards left in the world because of this outlook on magic, as these sheeple now had the belief that any magic that was against the light was naturally dark. But it's for the greater good, isn't it? For the first time in Dumbledore's life, he just wasn't sure if that was true anymore. XXXXXXXX. December 24th, 1991. Hogwarts Castle. Harry's dorm. Today's the day. A certain blue/emerald-eyed boy sighed, happy that the day had come once again, but anxious for what it might bring him this year. XXXXXXXX. Greengrass Manor. Today's the day. A certain icy blue-eyed girl cheered, simply elated that the day had come once again, no anxiety present in her wonderful mood. XXXXXXXX. Hogwarts Castle. Dada office. As soon as a certain pale blue-eyed Dada professor awoke, his eyes slowly turned to a blood red. The professor's body twitched and gyrated, truly looking like a man possessed, before all was still again. A frightening cackle rung through the air, the voice sounding much raspier and harsher than the professor's. "Today SSSS the day," Lord Voldemort hissed with glee. Chapter 15, Death. "There's a battle within that I'll never win, because it's me that I'm up against. It's my heart versus common sense. This death will help me recompense." Death. Harry, what are you doing? "No, stop it. Get away from me." Harry.
Sto.
December 24th, 1991. "Today's the day," Harry sighed, as he slowly crawled out of bed. The boy had been nervous for this day ever since she had had that talk with him, which seemed ridiculous because the boy hardly ever got nervous. "It's all her fault," he grumbled, as he carefully pulled on a different outfit for the day. Instead of wearing his familiar and lovable cloak that marked his signature look, Harry had decided that he should wear something different for the occasion. The boy's style of choice for today was a pair of form-fitting slacks, a tucked-in button-down wolf gray shirt, and a pearly white tie. To top it all off, he wore a black jacket with the sleeves rolled up. As a practical joke to play on his friend, Harry decided to charm a pair of cufflinks to look like small, icy blue earrings. The earrings wouldn't permanently pierce his ears. However, they would look like the real deal. Overall, Harry chose this look for Daphne, and not himself, something that surprised the boy even more. "I guess that's another thing about this new relationship that I have with her." Ever since their talk in November, Daphne had slowly, but surely warmed back up to the boy again. She no longer had any nightmares, and she even asked him if he wanted to go to her birthday ball. Her birthday ball. "She's lucky that I'm good on my feet," the boy sighed, "but I can't help but feel bad about doing this to her." It was strange to Harry that they shared the same birthday, and he had already looked into the matter by searching the records of Hogwarts, but he had yet to actually find anything. Unless you count the fact that Dumbledore had a squib sister and a drunken brother, although I don't know if that's funny or not. Either way, Harry had still found no record of her, and it bothered him slightly that there was no trace of the girl that meant so much to him. And why is it that I waited until now to start searching? Harry shook the thought out of his head, trying to stay away from that period in his life for the moment. As the boy began to head out of his room, he was crippled by a flash of blinding pain in back of his head. What the vision that had been secretly haunting him for months once again reappeared, this time with a strange vividness. XXXXXXXX. Blood. Blood everywhere. Coated his hands. His face. The ground. The body. The body? Harry's eyes widened in fear. A fear so primal, so animalistic that he was simply paralyzed. XXXXXXXX. But the vision left him just as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a broken boy with tears in his eyes. Why is this happening to him? Unfortunately, Harry's thoughts were interrupted with a loud bang and the feeling of an immense weight on his chest. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Harry quickly scrambled for his wand under his now unhinged door, but found that it had flown out of his hand due to the explosion. "Time to die, Potter!" A harsh voice cackled behind the dust and smoke that filled the room, before a sickly green light envisioned the still frightened boy's senses. The spell connected, and Harry James Potter was dead. The boy had died just as he had lived. Fast, unexpected, and without warning. XXXXXXXX. Nowhere? In a place between the living and the dead and time and space, two figures stood around a small child of 11. Nothing surrounded them, and yet everything did. Suddenly, the three were enveloped by a vast land filled with ice and snow, while in the distance, the two figures could see a disappearing black orb. Roaring winds whipped up the two figures' hair, but they paid no mind as they stared at the young boy. As soon as the young child began to stir, the shorter of the two leant down and kicked the boy where it hurts, but he received no reaction from the child. "Man, you really are a handful, aren't you?" A smooth and rich voice questioned the still sleeping boy, not particularly caring for his well-being. Harry lay unmoving and silent, waiting for his opponent to make his next move. As soon as the smaller figure crouched closer to the boy, the young elemental began to charge his powers, but found that none of them worked properly. Tisk tisk. Come on, man. Did you really think that that would work? The voice taunted, as Harry slowly rose to face his aggressor. What he saw, however, would forever rock his world. The young elemental found himself looking at an exact copy of himself, with the only differences being the boy's slightly paler skin, red eyes, and completely white hair. "Hey, buddy," Death greeted, the albino boy sporting a wide grin that would look purely innocent to most people if it wasn't for the malicious intent hidden within those red orbs. Harry was shocked into silence, as he was unable to comprehend the situation that he currently found himself in. Love, might it be more prudent to explain to the boy the situation before you attack him? You will have plenty of time for that later. The figure behind the strange-looking copy of himself sighed, while a warm smile graced her lips. The young elemental slowly split his focus from his doppelganger to the woman, finding her voice to be strangely familiar. She had on a simple ensemble similar to that of the other boys, a black t-shirt with black pants and black shoes. The woman stood at average height, and to Harry, looked as though to be nothing special. Almost as if she had read the boy's thoughts word for word, the woman began to smile at him. "Where have I? Wait, no, fucking, wait. It was you," Harry breathed, as he fully stared at the woman before him. The woman didn't even need to be told to what the boy was referring to, as she had already known what he was talking about, so she instead simply nodded her head in affirmation. "But why now? After I die? Why come to me now?" the young elemental asked the pair. After silently discussing whether or not they would tell the boy, Death simply shrugged the woman off before he explained, "Because you have a choice, my friend. Either willingly accept death," as he gestured to the woman, "or fight me and beat death. Simple as that." Harry gave the two a critical look, one that simply made Death return it with a crooked smile, before the elemental rushed the scrawnier boy, giving him a roundhouse kick to his collarbone. The noise of bone breaking filled the air as Death crumpled to the floor from the force of the blow. Harry solemnly entered into his battle stance, finding it to be almost methodical in a way after practicing it for so many years. "I guess it's a fight then," Death chuckled, as he reset his collarbone with a half-smile upon his face. The young elemental's eyes slightly widened in shock as he saw Death simply shrug off the broken bone, and only widened further when he saw that same bone quickly heal itself once it was set back into place.
I'm factarentei.
"You betcha." Death giggled with glee, glad for a potential challenge at hand. "I think I'll go. 10%? What do you think?" "Let's start with 5 love." 5 it is. The two combatants rushed each other, with Harry delivering the first blow to the boy's midsection, causing Death to stumble for a second before he sent a sloppy punch to air. "Oh, so he's fast? That's good." Harry realized that the boy had no experience with fighting hand-to-hand, but that didn't stop him from also noticing that that punch would have killed him again if he hadn't dodged. "Oh, so you get it now? Just from one punch. She said that you were impressive, but I didn't know how much until now." "Oh, you're just a bundle of fun," Death sang, while he tried to land another blow on the young elemental, only for him to fail once again. Harry gave the boy another roundhouse kick, this time a bit further to the shoulder, dislocating Death's right one, while following it up by grabbing the boy's left arm and breaking it in half. The boy couldn't help but smirk, as he had disabled his enemy once again. "So you think you've won?" Death whispered, no longer as jolly as he once was. The boy cocked his head to the side, giving Harry a calculated look that made even the young elemental shiver with fright. "So that's what that feels like," Harry thought glumly, as Death slowly extended his broken arm. The awkwardly bent appendage quickly snapped back into place, and when it did, a large black scythe appeared in the boy's hands, looking fearsome and awe-inspiring all at the same time. "Damn, I'm so fucked right now." Death came zooming towards Harry, barely giving the boy any time to dodge as the crazed albino slashed and hacked at the young elemental. With each slash, Harry felt his energy continue to wane at an accelerated pace. Noticing that the other boy's scythe wasn't a normal one, Harry quickly put distance by kicking off of Albino's body, causing said boy to smirk with victory. I've got you now, the boy sang, with no longer any emotion in his voice. Harry realized his mistake as quickly as he had made it, as when he had pushed himself away from the other boy. He had put himself right into the middle of a patch of black ice. The boy slipped, the scythe fell, and a scream tore through the air. As soon as the scream touched Death's ears, the boy returned to his normal state, his face alight with joy and happiness. I got him! I got him! The boy cheered, as he watched the ragged elemental slowly pull the scythe out of his torso. Dark crimson blood was splattered all around Harry, as the young elemental slowly bled out, face twisted in pain and agony. One slash was all it took to bring the once cocky boy down. Harry screamed to the vast and empty wasteland around him, but the boy gained no solace from those who currently inhabited it. Why? Why does he have to be better than me? It's because I fight with a purpose, Death whispered, voice clearly heard over the failing icy winds. A purpose, Harry chuckled, as blood spluttered out of his mouth. Please, enlighten me. What is your purpose? Death simply gave the boy another look of indifference. This time, however, Harry didn't seem to be fazed by it. I fight because it's fun. I want to see my enemy bleed and their guts torn asunder. You had a purpose, but now it seems to be gone. I wonder why, the boy explained, with the ghost of a smirk on his face. The boy had already known what had made Harry so weak, and it seemed as though Harry had known it as well. It's her, isn't it? What happened to her? The albino questioned, earning a shaky nod from the still bleeding boy. You know what happened, Harry. You just don't want to remember. Silence filled the air as Harry's vision slowly began to fade to black. The boy surprised the two by giving them a fleeting smile, something that they quickly returned. Harry turned to face his doppelganger, face filled with emotion and sorrow before he croaked. You know, I have a feeling that we could have been pretty good friends. Death simply chuckled at the boy's sense for the dramatic before he replied, Nah, I think one is enough. The young elemental chuckled at Death, finding the situation to be oddly ironic, before he whispered with his last breath, Yeah, maybe. And for the second time that day, Harry James Potter had died. One of the simplest ways to stay happy is to let go of the things that make you sad. Destiny. I hate you. I love you. Somewhere? For the first time in Harry's life, the boy had awoken with a feeling of content. He wasn't happy, in fact, he could even say that he was a bit sad. But the boy was still content. How odd. Although I would like a rematch to that kid, the boy thought, as he opened his eyes to a world filled with light. Harry felt grass beneath him, and when he turned to look around, he found himself in a small and open field. Grass went as far as he could see, and then suddenly just stopped. Very peculiar. The first thing that the young elemental noticed was a small black bird sitting atop a decrepit elder tree, going unseen and unnoticed by everyone and everything. This poor little black bird went from branch to branch, searching for someone, anyone to have a connection with, only to be scorned and left every single time. Just when the bird had finally given up, a small little gray bird appeared, giving the poor little black bird all of the attention that he had ever wanted. Everything was right again. The two quickly took to the sky, chasing each other and chirping merrily. That poor little black bird had finally found a friend. But that would soon come to an end. For you see, another black bird, much bigger than the other two, had been secretly hunting the gray bird. And he would not be denied. Just when the two birds had decided to relax along a branch, the big black bird swooped in, taking the gray bird and her life with it. The poor little black bird wailed for his lost friend, seemingly unable to cope with the loss of the one person who had made its life bearable. Harry had to turn away as that poor little black bird flew high into the sky, only to come crashing back down, ending its life. The young elemental couldn't help but shed a tear at the sight of it all, as he had found the whole experience to be familiar. It's a shame, isn't it? A soft voice questioned behind him, causing the boy to instantly go on full alert. It really is a shame, the voice repeated, sounding more crestfallen than before. Harry slowly turned around to face the one person who he never thought he'd see again. The one person who, in his opinion, was the most fantastic person in the world. Mayan, the boy breathed, finding himself to be extremely lightheaded at the moment. The girl that had meant so much to the lost boy gave him a small smile at the mention of her name, before it quickly turned into a frown. "I suppose you're wondering why you're here?" she sighed, giving Harry a detached look. "Not particularly," the boy whispered, as he continued to stare in wonderment at the young girl before him. She looked exactly like Daphne, something that still perplexed the boy to this day. "Really? That's boring. And here I was hoping to provide you with some form of hope." "But why would you want that?" Harry asked, mind whirling at all of the different possibilities as to why the girl looked the way that she did. One of these possibilities had been with him since the first day that he had received the vision, and it was becoming all the more likely. "Why? So that I could crush it, of course," Mayan explained, with the same detachedness in her eyes and face. "Fuck," the boy sighed, as the theory was now becoming even more of a reality. "Oh, so you know already then? What happened that day? How you ruined the only good thing that you had due to a fear of losing it?" The girl began, voice growing louder and more calculating with each word. "What happened to you, Harry? You were the best thing that I had ever had, and I know that you felt the same about me, and then you had to go and—" Mayan accused, seemingly on the verge of tears. Harry could help but take the abuse, knowing that he deserved that and much more for what he thought he had done. "I'm sorry, couldn't even begin to describe how I feel." He chose to think instead, not knowing that she could hear every one of those thoughts. "Stop it," the girl shouted, causing a blast of pure energy to knock the boy off his feet, sending him a few meters back. "I don't want an apology from you." "Then what do you want, Mayan?" Harry rounded, slightly surprising himself at his raised voice. "I want you to say it. Say what you did to me," the girl whispered, startling the boy at the volume change. "Why?" he replied, as tears began to form in his eyes. Mayan gazed deep into Harry's eyes, causing blue/emerald and icy blue to meet once again, but for entirely different circumstances. "Because if you don't, you'll never find peace again. You will be stuck here forever. And I don't want you here," Mayan explained, face set in stone. "No." "Do it." "I won't do it. I won't," the boy screamed, tears now flowing down his face in an admission of guilt. "Do it, or you will never see her again," Mayan shouted back, shocking the boy into silence. "I know you want to," the girl cried. "So just do it. If not for yourself, then do it for me." Harry wiped the tears out of his eyes, his face crestfallen and his heart broken, as the boy had finally remembered. "I killed you. XXXXXXXX. It was raining. Not the typical showering that accompanied so many places in Britain, nor a light sprinkle that could be easily forgotten. This rain wanted to be noticed, but not overbearing. Two children stood outside the local public school, one with emerald eyes, the other with an icy blue, both feeling a heavy sadness in their hearts. "Here," the blue-eyed girl offered with a smile, holding a box that was wrapped in a color almost exactly like that of her eyes. "Merry Christmas." A look of shock crossed the boy's face before giving his best friend a beaming smile, sarcastically gushing, "Oh, you shouldn't have." Mayan rolled her eyes at her friend's tone, already quite used to the bitterness and satire that always seemed to accompany it. "Just shut up and open it already." After giving her a look that clearly conveyed how he felt about receiving his first gift in his entire life, Harry carefully unwrapped the present, enjoying the impatient look on Mayan's face. When the box was unwrapped, the young boy carefully refolded the wrapping, explaining to his best friend, "It reminds me of your eyes. I might forget what they look like." Nodding her head in assessment, the girl motioned to the simple brown box, wanting him to open it and see what she had picked out for him. Inside was something that he would have never expected from the girl, a necklace and a small statue of a ferocious-looking wolf thing. After several tense seconds of silence, the girl giggled, "Sue, how do you like it?" expecting him to be completely confused. Ah, Harry lamely replied, not knowing what to make of the present. After another bout of giggles, the young girl finally took pity on the boy, telling him, "It's an Amarok." Seeing that he still looked confused, she continued, "It's a mythical beast, a sort of wolf beast that would hunt the hunters. I thought that it suited you perfectly." Harry gave his best friend a look of disbelief, asking, "Why would you think that? And don't wolves hunt in packs? With you leaving, I'm all alone again." Mayan let out a sigh in defeat, hoping that the present would cheer her friend up, but to no avail. "It may not seem like it now, but it will make perfect sense. I'm sure of it. When I saw it in the store, it just screamed you. Trust me," she assured him, giving the boy one of those smiles that he always loved to see. "And besides, they don't have a pack." "And the necklace?" he inquired, holding up a black stone cut into a teardrop with a sharp edge and had what looked to be a question mark with a star for the dot decorated on it. A simple thick piece of yarn looped through the top of the stone, with a knot and a loop at the end for tying the necklace. "Well, that just looked cool," she answered, giving him a playful smirk. Harry sighed and shook his head, but still put the necklace on and pocketed the Amarok statue. "Thank you." The two went back to sitting in silence, watching the last rainfall that they would ever see together again. Nothing else needed to be said. Start of explicit content. Almost as if something had snapped within the boy, Harry looked back to the oblivious girl, face devoid of emotion. Harry grabbed the girl before he apparat to an abandoned digging site. He had known the place because the fat oaf would occasionally drive him to the area and threaten to leave him there. Harry, what are you doing?" Mayan stuttered, fear evident in the young girl's face. The young elemental chose not to respond. And that was when the first punch was thrown.
No.
"Stop it. Get away from me," Mayan screamed, as she tried to run away from the boy. Harry forced her to stop running by breaking her right leg, causing the girl to fall to the ground in a gasp of pain. He still said nothing as he beat the girl into the ground, blood smearing his hands and face as Mayan cried out for help. "Harry," she began, before he punched her in the face, stunning the girl into silence. He broke her arms. He broke her legs. And he tore out her heart, just as she had done to him. When it was all over, Harry simply stared at the broken and mangled corpse that had been Mayan. "I hate you," he whispered to nothing, earning nothing in return. "I love you. XXXXXXXX. End of explicit content. Silence hung in the air as soon as the words left his mouth, providing the scene with a tension so thick that it could be cut with a knife. "Finally," Mayan sighed, before a white light began to surround the girl. "Why are you not furious with me?" Harry asked. "Because, in a way, it wasn't entirely your fault. That thing that you had in your soul, you let it take over for a second. Thankfully it's gone. Otherwise, I would never let you leave this place." "How do you know so much?" the boy questioned, as he gave the girl that he had loved a critical look. "Okay, first off, you don't love me. You don't even know what love is, Harry. And besides, it wasn't me that you were so obsessed about. It was the idea of me." Mayan lightly scolded, as the white light began to pulsate around her. As Harry focused on processing this other revelation, Mayan's light began to grow even brighter, bathing the entire area with warmth. "I'm sorry," the boy said, earning a disapproving frown from the girl. "Don't be. For once, I'm free. Death is only the beginning, Harry. Besides, you're the hunter. Always have been, always will be," she replied, giving her ex-best friend a small smile. Once her light began to become blinding, Harry chose to look away, feeling as though he had no right to see where the girl would go next. When the brightness began to dim, Harry found himself once again alone in the small field. "For your sake and for mine, you had better not die again. Find the elixir of life or make one of your own, because if I never see you again, it'll be too soon." "I'll make sure to find it then," Harry mumbled, finding himself to be oddly content once again. "I guess I've finally learned to just let her go." With this final revelation came a strange feeling that began to flow through the boy. Power coursed through the boy's veins, as the block that he had originally had after the visions appeared completely vanished, giving Harry full access to all aspects of his magic. Soon, everything around the boy began to change. The weather began to grow colder and ice began to form below his feet. I guess I'm gonna get that rematch after all. The boy grinned. Triple XXXXXXX. Harry's core. Finally, a voice shouted, as Harry opened his eyes to a familiar and comfortable place. I wondered how long it would take. My love, you seem to be forgetting something. A womanly voice chuckled, giving the excited boy pause. I don't remember forgetting anything, he dodged as he turned away from the now frowning woman. All right, you ready to start this showdown? I promise I won't hold back this time. Harry gave his counterpart a small smile before he summoned an image of his wand without a thought, earning a whistle of appreciation from the red-eyed menace. So you finally found some peace, eh? And look, you learned a new trick. How delightful! Death giggled, before he summoned his scythe of death. I hope you're ready for what's cookin', 'cause I'm about to kick your ass, Harry bragged, as he summoned forth his black frost blade with ease. The young elemental knew that he would be able to handle the boy in his own world, as he knew that he could perform feats in here that would normally be impossible for him in the real world. Harry and Death began to circle each other, both looking for holes in the other's defenses. All in an instant, the two boys rushed one another, clashing blades in quick and cautious maneuvers. Harry would slash downward. Death would block the blow with the shaft of his scythe before turning and attempting to cut Harry's midsection, in which the young elemental would simply absorb the hit with an ice shield and repeat the process. Eventually, the two combatants disengaged, both seemingly needing a breather. Oh, you are much, much better, Death breathed, face alight with glee and pure happiness. Not too bad yourself, Harry replied as he gave the boy a wide grin. Neither had had this much fun in years. When the two had finally gotten their second wind, they began their struggle anew. Death started with a sweep of his blade to Harry's legs, causing the boy to jump a bit before he jabbed at his opponent's midsection. Death simply sidestepped the blow before he brought his inky black blade up in an arc, aiming to split the boy in two. And he wasn't disappointed. Death's blade went right down the middle of Harry, leaving the boy a second for his eyes to widen before he was split in half, showering his red-eyed clone in ice. Ha! Death thought, before a familiar black blade jutted out of his chest. A cold like the boy had never known before began to spread throughout the boy's body, as his senses were flooded with ice. I guess I win this round, mate, Harry chuckled, as he removed the blade from Death's body. Fuck! The injured boy croaked, as the wound in his chest failed to close, surprising those around him. As Death lay there, bleeding black blood, the woman that had accompanied him stood off to the side, laughing at her fallen partner. He got you good love. Well done, Harry, the woman chuckled, causing a faint grin to appear on both of the boys' faces. And I believe you owe me some butterbeer. Damn man, that thing hurts, Death needlessly whined, ignoring the woman's last comment as he tried desperately to close the wound in his chest with his hands. All Harry could do was laugh at the situation, finding the small amount of leftover tension dissipate at the sight of the boy trying to pull his organs back together. Ah, whatever, the pale boy sighed, stopping his efforts as he gave Harry a proud fatherly look. You actually bested me. I guess you were worth it after all. Worth what? Harry questioned, as he sat beside his new-found rival/friend. Crossing dimensions, the boy explained. It seems as though someone, and here he looked at Lady Death, forgot to mention that if we came to visit you, we'd be stuck here until you came out of your little fairyland. How long was I in there? It only felt like a couple of minutes at most. Dude, you were in there for months. It's June, for fuck's sake, Death exclaimed, as he and Lady Death slowly began to fade from existence. Fuck, I'm so screwed. Why, your girlfriend gonna bust your balls? The other boy joked, earning a smack upside the head by the woman. She is not my girlfriend, Harry hurriedly denied, earning a knowing look from the two as he uncharacteristically blushed. Yeah, maybe not now, but we all know it will happen eventually. Death sighed, as he had almost fully disappeared. Will I ever see you guys again? It'd be nice to have friends like you, Harry asked. Of course you will. We are death after all, the boy joked before he faded from existence. A crazed but calming laugh filled the air, as Harry was once again left alone by people that he cared about. Well, I suppose it's time for me to head out too, the boy thought as he focused on his home. XXXXXXXX. In the small but welcoming hospital wing at Hogwarts, there lay a boy like no other. His hair was a cool midnight black, with 3 white streaks running across the right side of his temple. His skin was now entirely white, similar to that of a certain crazed red-eyed menace. And as he awoke, his eyes were now permanently a familiar icy blue. Daphne, I'm home. Desire. I will wait for you, for as long as it takes, I will wait for you. December 24th, 1991. As soon as the spell went off, Dumbledore was instantly notified. Find the culprit and do not let him escape, the old man yelled to his predecessor's portraits, earning a grim nod in return. With that, the man quickly apparat to the scene, finding that walking would severely delay him. Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead, the old man repeated, fearful for what has happened to the boy. For who else could it be but Harry Potter, the only one left in Slytherin at Hogwarts? When Dumbledore reappeared, he was met with a frightful scene. Harry James Potter, son to James and Lily Potter, lay dead at his feet. An immense amount of rage coursed through the old man's veins, as Dumbledore's powers swelled in a fit of anger. Debris of all sizes got picked up in a small tornado of fluorescent yellow, causing the boy's body to be lifted up with it. As soon as Dumbledore saw the effect of his actions, the old man immediately stopped before he began to levitate the boy's lifeless body. In the silence of the room, the old man found himself hearing the soft rhythm of a beating sound. A heartbeat, but whe. Dumbledore turned back to the boy's body once again, shocked at the possibility before him. Could it be? Could really still be alive? The older man cast a quick diagnostic spell on Harry, and what he saw caused him to laugh a merry and sorrow-filled laugh. You, my boy, are very interesting, Dumbledore chuckled, finding himself strangely calmed by the knowledge that the boy was alive. And you certainly like to give me a fair amount of trouble, don't you? The old man quickly took the boy to Madame Pomfrey, easily dodging any and all students by taking several secret passages. Once he had arrived at the dreaded hospital wing, he had signaled his favorite nurse to him, earning a response at once. Yes, Headmaster, the woman began, before she dropped the plate full of medical supplies that she had been carrying and rushed over to the man at the sight of the boy. What happened? Poppy interrogated as she went into full nurse mode. Killing curse, Dumbledore replied, instantly causing the woman to start. But he's alive, she deadpanned, earning a surprising shrug from the man. I don't think that our dear Mr. Potter would let anyone take him out so easily. Do you? He chuckled, earning a reproachful glare from the nurse. I hardly think that this is the time for joking, Albus, Poppy scolded, before she went back to her work. The woman quickly took the boy's vitals once, and then twice, and then 3 times, and a 4th just to be safe. How is he not dead? Poppy wondered. For all intents and purposes, he should be. The woman quickly used a switching spell on his clothes, as she began to rush around for different medicines for the boy. Seeing that he was no longer needed, the slightly gleeful headmaster walked away from the infinitely curious woman, whistling a happy tune on his way out. XXXXXXXX. Greengrass Manor. Today's the day, a certain icy blue-eyed girl cheered, simply elated that the day had come once again, no anxiety present in her wonderful mood. Ever since Harry had said yes to her proposal, Daphne had found herself to be more and more excited for her birthday as the days went on. This made the girl very grateful to Tracy for convincing her to ask the boy. The girl typically had some fantastic birthdays, but today's would be all the more special. I guess some part of me does like him. The girl admitted to herself, giggling slightly at what it would entail in the future. Daphne quickly got ready for her big day, dressing in a simple yet elegant icy blue dress that matched her eyes. For the first time in her life, the girl found herself dressing for him instead of herself. Don't know how I feel about that. Shaking the thought from her head, Daphne quickly finished getting ready before she went down to face the music. The girl had never liked night balls, as she found that the daytime caused people to behave. When she said people, she really meant her parents. Even at the age of 12, Daphne could see how tipsy her mother and father could get when it comes to holidays, and her birthday was no exception. Will they ever learn? The young girl sighed good-naturedly. They may have their faults, but they were her parents after all. As Daphne made her way downstairs, she was greeted by the smiling faces of all of her friends and family. But there was no Harry. I bet he's just late. Yeah, late, right? The girl thought, her face set in a happy but fake smile. For it wouldn't do well for the birthday girl to be unhappy during her own birthday party. Would it? XXXXXXXX. A few hours later. I'm sorry, Tracy sighed, feeling extremely bad for her friend. She had been the one to convince the girl to ask him after all. And when Harry Potter was supposed to show, he didn't. Did something happen? The troubled girl wondered, slightly hoping that something else did to explain his absence, but feeling bad about thinking that at the same time. Daphne, her mother called, shocking the young girl out of her stupor. Come down here now. Daphne could tell that what she was about to receive was not good news, but she had to know if she was right about Harry. Only one way to find out. XXXXXXXX. He's dead? But alive? What the hell does that mean? XXXXXXXX. The next few months were difficult to say the least for our blonde-haired girl. After the entire school learned that Potter was in a coma from a spell cast by Professor Quirrell of all people, Malfoy immediately went on a campaign to smear the boy's name. The foolish, pampered prince figured that with his only obstacle of fully conquering Slytherin out of the way, he could take whatever he wanted. This meant, at least to him, that Daphne was up for grabs. That notion was quickly put to rest with a swift kick to the sweet spot, as Daphne liked to call it. However, with this action, Daphne and Tracy found themselves alienated within Slytherin, while being disregarded by the rest of the school due to their house. It wasn't fair, but it was also the reality of the situation. The two poor girls would just have to live with the abuse until something drastic changed. Fortunately, something did. XXXXXXXX. Madame Pomfrey's quarters. The last day. Poppy had had enough of this school for a while. One day, she was brought a boy who was supposed to be dead. Only he wasn't. The next, that same boy becomes a huge hazard to the school, earning his own special place in the hospital wing. There was no sign that the Potter boy's condition would improve. In fact, at one time during May, it looked as though it would all be over for him once again. Why are you such a handful, Harry Potter? The woman silently wondered, while she began to start her breakfast in her own private quarters. Suddenly, an alarm went off signaling a change in the boy's condition, causing the woman to instantly drop her bread and jam. Impeccable timing, Mr. Potter. If you're not dead already, I'll be sure to kill you for all the stress that you put me through. The woman quickly shook her morbid thoughts away, not wanting to go down that path again. No need to get so worked up, Poppy. I'm sure that he will be fine. Once the famed healer entered her hospital wing, the first thing that she noticed was the dimming of the inky black darkness surrounding the boy, which instantly filled her with both hope and dread at the same time. He's either dead or something major happened, Poppy sighed, before she began to take the troubled boy's vitals. Okay, he's alive, but WH. An instant explosion of light knocked the woman back a couple of feet, as the last vestiges of darkness simply disappeared, causing the boy to now look as if it had never been there in the first place. Harry's eyes instantly flashed open, as they glowed an icy blue like never before. There can be no rebirth without a dark night of the soul, a total annihilation of all that you believed in and thought that you were.
Destruction.
Hospital wing. The last day. As soon as the light subsided, Madame Pomfrey was greeted with the sight of what she could only describe as a celestial being. Harry was somehow suspended into the air by an invisible force, before being gently settled down into a standing position. The woman only noticed a few changes in the boy, as his back was facing towards her. He was now a few inches taller, and the many scars that riddled his body began to give a faint hissing sound before they disappeared completely. When the boy turned around, Pomfrey couldn't help but gasp in shock as the infamous scar along the boy's forehead sizzled softly before it too disappeared. The only scar left was the first one that he had given himself, going vertically across the vein of his right wrist. A reminder and a promise, Harry thought to himself, as he stared into the eyes of the shaken nurse. I guess I'd better start being nice now. Seems like the thing to do. Are you all right, Madame Pomfrey? The boy asked courteously, simply earning a dumbfounded nod from the woman. Harry couldn't help but chuckle to himself at her behavior, as he normally associated the woman with an abnormally strong personality. Could you call Professor Dumbledore in here, please? I would like to speak with him. Immediately, the boy asked with a sincere and placating smile. Madame Pomfrey was at a loss for words, so she chose to simply send a spelled paper plane to the headmaster instead. The message would link to her thoughts, allowing her to forego the chore of writing it out by hand and being able to send important messages a lot faster. She could not believe the transformation in the young boy's character, and she was close to believing that it was all a ruse until he gave her a disarming smile and placating gesture. I know. It's weird being nice to people who deserve it, but don't think I've gone soft, Harry winked, causing the woman to blush slightly at the innuendo. XXXXXXXX. Great Hall. A bit earlier. I'm telling you, Potter is never going to wake up. Just accept it, you stupid bitch, Malfoy whispered to Daphne. The boy had expected to get a rise out of the girl and watch her get frustrated before she would shrink away at the threat of the entire first-year Slytherins. This, however, did not prove effective. Daphne gave the boy no response, instead choosing to continue her small talk with Tracy. Ever since the girl had found out about Harry and his condition, she had been less and less focused on her schoolwork, dropping several marks down in a fit of depression. Tracy had been her constant companion and offered to help her at every turn, but the blonde would always find a way to deter the girl. She didn't want to do well, not without Harry. Look at what I've become, the girl scoffed. It's pitiful. Just then, a paper plane flew through the hall doors and towards Dumbledore, causing many of those watching the event to grow quiet with curiosity. By the time the paper plane made its way to Dumbledore's hand, the entire hall had grown silent, with new rumors already spreading throughout the students. Everyone watched as Dumbledore's face turned from curious to wonderment to full-blown elated before the man quickly got up and rushed out of the hall, a real smile gracing his face as he made his way to the hospital wing. Bet you anything it's pot dash. Could be I don't kn dash. Ink it's important? Awake? No way. The rumors seemed to intensify as the minutes without the headmaster wore on, with some people thinking that Harry had finally awoken, while others believed that Dumbledore was now glad that the boy was dead. It didn't take long for these rumors to reach the Slytherin table, and when they did, Draco was as white as a sheet of paper. Potter's back? Shit. His look of absolute terror was reflected by all of the other first-year Slytherins that had tortured the two girls, leaving only two other children safe from Harry's impending wrath, Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott. Zabini because of his famous Zabini neutrality, and not because he simply didn't care about Harry. While the rest of the first-year Slytherins began to shit themselves out of fear of Potter's return, Daphne and Tracy were whispering furiously on the possibility of his awakening. You really think Tracy began? I know, Daphne interrupted, giving her friend a serious, yet hopeful look. Tracy hadn't seen this side of her best friend in months, and was glad that the rumors about Harry was enough to bring her out of her funk. The two then turned to the door, both hoping to see their favorite black-haired, blue/emerald-eyed boy return to them. XXXXXXXX. Hospital wing. And then I said, it's amazing what you can do with 2 fingers and a thumb, Harry chuckled, causing the nurse of Hogwarts to go scarlet red at the inappropriate joke. This was what Dumbledore walked in on, causing the woman to quickly rush to the man in order to both get away from the embarrassing boy and fill him in on the situation. Meanwhile, Harry simply stood by and watched Dumbledore, analyzing his every expression and watching what he did after every event that Pomfrey explained. I know you know, old man, and I am going to find out just what it is you know, the boy darkly thought as the woman finished rambling. And then he started that vastly inappropriate joke, and I just didn't know what to do. That's enough, Poppy, Dumbledore smiled. I understand perfectly. Yeah, I bet you do. Now, Harry, I think we should make sure that everything is in order first. The older man began, only earning a smile and a nod from the boy in question. This won't hurt a bit, just going to do a diagnostic spell, he continued, waving his wand over the boy in one slow stroke. The headmaster didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't this. The Horcrux is gone, perhaps? Yes, that is probably why. How peculiar. The boy is also in peak condition, and all of his scars have faded, except for one. I wonder why. Harry tried to keep a straight face as he watched the old man continue his analysis, wanting so desperately to be able to read his mind in order to find out what was going on inside that brain. I bet it's a lovely brain, the boy absently thought, giving Dumbledore an inquisitive look, much like that of a scientist looking at a lab rat. Wait, what? Harry had to shake his head of the strange and slightly disturbing thought that seemed to have originated from somewhere besides his own brain. Why would I? Ugh, death? Don't do that, man. Hee, sorry, I'll go now. The boy couldn't help but roll his eyes at the image of his red-eyed counterpart, something that Dumbledore took notice of. Am I boring you, Mr. Potter? He asked, with a large grin cast upon his face. Actually, you are. I'm fine, you know that, so let's just cut to the chase. The boy deadpanned, causing Dumbledore's grin to ever so slightly defuse. And what would that be, Mr. Potter? You're going to tell me everything, whether you like it or not. And if you don't, then I'm leaving. Dumbledore's face instantly went pale, not expecting the boy to go that far if he didn't get what he wanted. He had been told by Severus himself the very reason as to why Harry was at Hogwarts, and the old man knew that if he allowed the boy to leave, it would all come true. Gotcha, the young elemental smiled, feeling extremely glad that he got one over on Dumbledore. Then I suppose that we will have our important discussion after the rest of the students leave? Dumbledore slowly replied, earning a nod in confirmation from Harry. Good. Then I suppose that you will want to spend the rest of your time with Ms. Greengrass and Ms. Davis. They have been quite upset about your leave of absence. Harry simply rolled his eyes again before he closed them and concentrated on his magic. He could feel it all there, the light, the dark, and the black frost. It was all his now. Using only a small percentage of his powers, the boy summoned his familiar black cloak and wand, instantly feeling a rush of power as it made contact with his hand. Oh, I want to hack something. Maybe Dumbledore's office? Yeah, that'll be good. Harry quickly used a switching spell on his clothing, replacing his ghastly hospital gown for his simply amazing cloak. I missed you, baby, the boy thought, basking for a moment in the familiar material of his cloak before he began to head out. As soon as he passed by Dumbledore, the old man put his hand on his right shoulder, instantly causing the boy to stop. Don't you ever threaten me with something like this again. You have no idea what is going on, the old man harshly whispered into his ear, startling the boy a bit as open threats didn't seem like the man's style. Trust me, sir, when the day comes that I become more powerful than you, I will bring you to your knees and have you submit to my will, Harry glowered, shocking the man as his eyes glowed with power. Dumbledore couldn't help but feel reminded of another boy with that same cold and impassive glare, causing the man to shudder a bit at the fate that befell him. I will not allow that to happen again. I will not. As Harry walked away, Madame Pomfrey couldn't help but sympathize with the boy on some level, almost feeling as though she was watching a reflection of herself when she was younger. But I'm not like that anymore. I've changed. But has he? XXXXXXXX. It didn't take the boy long to reach the Great Hall, but for some reason, Harry had found that he wasn't actually able to go in. Perhaps it's her, you did kill her look-alike in a fit of rage, a rich and familiar voice suggested. That wasn't entirely my fault. Besides, we've made peace with one another. And anyways, I thought that I told you to leave.
I'm going, kropka.
Harry gave an irritated sigh before he mustered up his courage and busted open the great hall's doors, causing everyone inside to instantly grow quiet at the disturbance. The boy paid the gawking people no mind as he tried to locate his two best friends. It didn't seem to take that long, as both chose that moment to run up to the boy instead, startling many in the hall at the Slytherin's show of emotion. Daphne was the first to leap into Harry's arms, followed shortly by Tracy. Tears of joy flowed down both of the girls' faces, happy that the boy had recovered fully. I'm sorry, Harry whispered, receiving a nod of acceptance from the two girls. Harry, what happened to you? Your skin, your hair, your eyes? They're just like Dash. Yours. Yeah, the boy interrupted, as he stared deeply into the blonde's identical pair of icy blue eyes. The entire hall watched on at the strangely heartwarming sight, with a few women in the crowd actually shedding a tear at the spectacle. Tracy, could you do me a favor? Harry asked, surprising the girls at his gentle and caring tone.
Yeah.
What do you need? The girl wondered, making eye contact with the boy. Harry was able to instantly download all of the girls' memories from the past few months, allowing the boy to see all of the pain and suffering that the girls had gone through in his absence. He saw every horrible prank, every name called, every horrendous act against them, all within a few seconds. Thanks, he whispered, giving the girl a smirk that made her blush ever so slightly. Daphne seemed to notice this, but chose not to comment as she saw the smile drop away from his face when he turned to the other Slytherins at their table. Seeing that she had to do something before things got too bad, she grabbed his arm and whispered, "Don't kill them. I don't know how you know, but don't. They deserve to be punished," Harry calmly reasoned, once again surprising the two girls at his tone. Daphne chuckled a bit, earning a confused look from the boy before she explained, "I never said that you couldn't hurt them. Just don't kill them," winking at the end. Harry gave the girl a beaming smile, something that caused the blonde's heart to flutter before he began his walk towards the Slytherin table. Almost as if the group sensed the danger that they were in, everyone around the Malfoy scion subtly slid away, leaving the boy on his own to face his impending doom. The young elemental didn't waste time with a speech. He didn't bother asking the boy why he did it or why the others went along with it. Harry simply stopped in front of Malfoy, directly on the other side of the table, before he summoned his powers from within him. The entire hall instantly went down to 0 degrees Celsius, leaving the cups of water that littered the room black and frozen. His hair turned white. His eyes glowed an even brighter icy blue, and he summoned his black frost blade with ease. Before the teachers could complain, or the stupid boy could argue, Harry quickly swiped at the boy's right hand, cutting off his fingers in the process. Malfoy screamed with pain and anguish as his phalanges flew off into the air. Harry then controlled the boy's body like a puppet on a string before he chopped off the left ones as well, earning another scream in pain from the boy. When he was done with the toes, he dropped the boy to the ground, turning to the now wand-carrying teachers. None pointed at him, but out all the same. "Listen to me, and listen to me very carefully," Harry began, borrowing Death's voice while mixing it with his own to create a rich yet cold tone. "These two girls," and here he pointed to an impassive Daphne and Tracy, "are under my protection. Anyone who wishes to harm them will find the consequences to be severe. Mr. Potter, it would not do you well to make threats to the student body," McGonagall scolded, the woman being the only one with her wand now raised. Harry simply gave the woman an impassive look before he released his control over his power, allowing it to smolder within him without being focused externally. You never know. The old bitch might try something. "And where were you, Professor? When two young girls were being targeted by the rest of her housemates and some of yours as well, where were you? It is not my job to cater to the problems of every single student on school grounds. That is the duty of the head of house," the woman roared, blood red in the face. While most students were now scared shitless at this point, Harry was the image of calm and collected, further enraging the woman. Funny, I thought it was the deputy headmistress' job to help provide for her students. Or are those just words to you? Harry mocked, earning a wince in response by the other students, and an even more enraged McGonagall. How dare you? You insignificant little sh-, she began. That is enough, Minerva, Dumbledore interrupted, surprising everyone at his sudden appearance. It was a good thing that he had arrived too, because Harry seemed to be on the verge of actually striking the woman down, and everyone else knew it too. The man had been watching the entire situation unfold from afar, studying every move of the boy, and found it to be both enlightening and frightening. I will have to keep an extra careful eye on him next year. Harry simply gave the woman one last dirty look before he departed, without approval and with his two friends. Fuck being nice to people. It seemed as though the Hogwarts rumor mill would have yet another story about the infamous Harry James Potter. And what a story it will be. XXXXXXXX. As soon as Harry made it to his room, the boy instantly collapsed into it, feeling a strange tightness in his core after the events of today. Seeing as how this could potentially be a very big problem, Harry began to meditate once again, arriving within his sanctuary within minutes. XXXXXXXX. Light white snow. His magic. Dark, black frost. His darkness mixed with ice. And a strange blue-colored wind surrounded the boy. His innate ice. Since when is the wind visible? Harry looked around, trying to notice something out of the ordinary, but couldn't find anything in the distance. That was until he looked down. Where the black and white snow should have been equal due to his newfound balance, there was now slightly more black frost than there was white snow. What this meant for his future, Harry could only speculate. But it could not be good. A beginning is the end of something, always. Delirium. Hogwarts. The next day, Harry awoke to the grumbling of his stomach, feeling both saddened and irritated at what the day would bring. She was leaving, but she'll come back. I mean, you did. Shut up, Death, the boy half-heartedly mumbled, quietly rolling out of bed in order to face a day filled with pain and misery. I'm Harry, and my girlfriend dumped me. Boo-hoo, I have a horrible past. Dude, you shut up. You're being a fucking whiny bitch right now. Death, you have no idea what you're talking about, so just shut up and go lick your wounds. Or would you like me to stab you again? The red-eyed menace had grown silent, leading Harry to think that he had won before he heard the crazed boy give a mad cackle. You really think that means something? Okay, boy, we'll see what happens next time. And with that, Death receded from the boy's mind, going off to wherever his world was. Harry was so focused on what today would mean for him and Daphne that he didn't even realize the repercussions of giving Death the cold shoulder. This would surely bite him in the arse later. XXXXXXXX. Slytherin Common Room. As soon as Harry had prepared for the day, and by this, the boy simply cleansed himself and put on his favorite cloak, and entered the common room, he was assaulted with pleas of forgiveness from his fellow first years. It seems as though after his spectacle last night, to which the boy had still received no punishment, many of the Slytherins who had insulted and abused his two friends had had a change of heart and wanted his forgiveness. Spineless cowards, the lot of them. Harry, I'm so sore dash. Dient mean it dash. UST playing a roo dash. Enough, Harry softly commanded, instantly silencing the group of first years. I don't want apologies. You are all worthless, disgraceful pieces of filth. Do not even speak to me. Just stay out of my way and leave my friends alone. The children flinched with each word, seemingly looking as if they had been struck by everyone, until they only nodded dumbly at the boy when he had finished. Good, now leave, Harry finished, causing every single offender to hightail it away from the elemental. Friends, huh? Who woulda thunk it? Tracy mocked, earning a simple rolling of the eyes from the boy. I'm not going to repeat it, and I'm not going to think about it. It is the way it is, and there's no way to change it. You think you went too far with Malfoy yesterday? It was a bit much, Daphne asked, finding herself to become a bit sick at the mere thought of Malfoy's amputated fingers. What was I thinking yesterday? The girl privately thought, cursing herself for her lack of stomach, but also for her need to prove herself to Harry. I protect my friends, was all Harry gave in reply, before he headed out of the common room, leaving the two girls to quickly catch up to him. XXXXXXXX. Hogwarts Express. As Harry made his way to the famed train, the other students of Hogwarts gave the young elemental a wide berth. Some stared at him with awe. Others, not so much. Apparently, many people, typically the Hufflepuffs, thought that Malfoy did deserve punishment for what he did. But they also thought that what Harry had done was too far. Then there was the portion of the school who actually backed Harry, this group being comprised of namely Ravenclaws, as they realized that the blonde would be able to get his fingers reattached with ease. And then, there were the people, namely the Gryffindors, who were almost unanimously against Harry. But it wasn't because of what he did to Malfoy. No, it was what he would do to the first-year Gryffindors, as they too had joined in by tormenting the girls. What was interesting was that the Lions were not mad at them for bullying other students. They were only snakes after all. This was all, of course, having to deal with the older students in each of their houses. The younger ones were simply scarred for life and avoided Harry like the plague. You could be sure that this story would create massive headlines. I swear. This school is full of imbeciles, the young elemental cursed, staring at the receding back of a shock-shell Draco and the rest of his loyal supporters. Which is to say, just Draco. After the incident, the Malfoy scion had found himself friendless and left to rot, something that both pleased and disgusted Harry. If you're going to make friends, at least stick by them. Even if they're occasionally wrong, that doesn't mean that you have to get rid of them at the drop of a hat. As the boy reflected on his own personal message, he shrank back in shock, thinking that was way too Hufflepuff for me. I feel like I'm going to be sick. By the time Harry had come out of this self-realization, he was already sitting in a compartment with Daphne and Tracy, both of whom were giving the boy odd looks. Yes, he sighed. Nothing. It's just that you looked a bit sick for a moment, Tracy replied, giving the boy an inquisitive look. You know, I just realized something. And what would that be, oh wise one? Daphne smirked, causing her friend to swat her arm in protest. No, I'm serious. This is totally critical to our friendship, Tracy chided, causing the other two to go silent with her serious expression. What is it, Tracy? Harry asked, finding himself to be slightly curious to what the girl would say. I just realized that Harry only hangs out with girls, Tracy excitedly explained, earning two blank faces. Is there something you're not telling us, Harry? The girl then joked, thinking that she could return the favor for last night. Oh, well yes, there is, Harry agreed, before he leaned into the girl's ear, whispering, It's that I'm madly in love with you. Tracy's face instantly went scarlet red, as Harry went back into his seat and gave the girl a smug smile. Damn it, that was supposed to be my job. She has no idea who she's playing against. What am I going to do with these two? Daphne thought, slightly jealous at the fact that Harry always teases Tracy. Say, Harry, where are you going after this? Tracy asked the boy, feeling very foolish as she didn't fully know his situation outside of school. Oh, me? I'm staying at Hogwarts, the boy nonchalantly replied, earning two gobsmacked expressions. What? You get to stay at Hogwarts and practice magic over the summer, the blonde reiterated, simply getting a shrug from the boy. That's so awesome, Tracy exclaimed, causing a small smile to grace the boy's lips. I suppose. The train ride continued with small talk, something that Harry found to be both a chore and a comfort. He hated discussing little things. They made him feel like his brain was frying. But he enjoyed being with these two. He really did, so he would endure it. For them. XXXXXXXX. Platform 9 3/4. Well, this is it, Daphne sighed as the train pulled into the station, slightly worried about her friend being by himself in that castle of nightmares. I mean, seriously, Harry has almost died twice in that castle. Twice. Seeing that the blonde looked upset, Harry decided to show them another one of his changes and pulled her into a hug, something that surprised the other two girls immensely. I know you don't like it, but I will do everything in my power to see you this summer. If you haven't noticed already, I'm a pretty fantastic wizard, the boy joked, earning a tear-filled chuckle from his best friends. I will see you again. Don't worry, Harry smirked, as he gently wiped a tear from Daphne's cheek as they disengaged. The girl's face slowly reddened, and she gave him one last hug before she exited the compartment, not willing to prove to Harry that he had gotten to her. She hasn't been that emotional in a long time, Tracy commented, hinting at something that the boy easily picked up. I know, he responded to her unasked question, receiving a nod and a smile from the girl. So you're sure you can't come out with us? She questioned. Yeah, crowds aren't really my thing, Harry responded, as Tracy chuckled at his odd behavior. So how are you gonna get back to Hogwarts? The train? No, he dodged, causing the girl to roll her eyes. Too many secrets, mister, she playfully chided, before she too gave him a hug and exited the compartment, catching up to Daphne in mere moments. Harry made eye contact with the two girls through the window, and after making sure that no one else was watching, gave them a wink before he disapparated from the platform, giving the two one last surprise for the year. I swear, it's like he wants us to have heart attacks, Tracy mumbled, verbally mentioning what Daphne thought internally. He really is a special one, though. XXXXXXXX. Hogwarts. Dumbledore's office. Knock, no CK. Harry sang with a fake smile plastered on his face, before he entered the headmaster's office without verbal permission. Sit, Dumbledore sighed, feeling immensely tired whenever he thought or looked at the boy. He will be the end of me, the old man mumbled. Okay, sure, Harry replied, his smile now disregarded for a blank expression. What was the reason as to why Voldemort came after me in the first place? Dumbledore went silent for a minute or two, which didn't seem to bother the boy, as he too knew how difficult today would be. Finally, the man put his hands together, leaned forward in his seat and explained, a prophecy. Now it was Harry's turn to be silent, as the boy slowly contemplated the man's answer. A prophecy that you knew about, and somehow Voldemort found out about, Harry questioned, earning a reluctant nod of confirmation from the man. What does this prophecy say? Dumbledore cleared his voice before he recited. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. When the man was done, an oppressive tension filled the air, as Harry's anger began to slowly swell within him. You do realize that that prophecy is vague as all hell, right? The boy sighed, earning a perplexed response from the headmaster. I felt as though it was pretty straightforward as prophecies go. The prophecy is either about you or Mr. Longbottom, as you both are born at the end of July. But I'm sure you have no idea about the boy. And here he received a nod from the young elemental. And the Dark Lord is Voldemort. Your parents, as well as his, met with the monster in combat 3 times and survived to tell the tale. And this power the Dark Lord knows not? Bullcrap? The boy questioned, not believing the man's analysis of the prophecy for a second. Love, Dumbledore stated. Harry sat in silence for a few moments before he burst out laughing, causing the old man to grow even more irritated with the boy. Are you serious? Are you freaking serious? Love? You really think love is what can bring down the dark idiot? Harry chuckled, finding his opinion of Dumbledore to once again be lowered. You're insane, the boy finished. Perhaps. What is your interpretation? The older man inquired. Mine? If you want to start with the dates, there are some cultures that have completely different calendars than us, and those can just as easily be implemented in this situation. No names are mentioned, which means that this prophecy could literally be about any Dark Lord in the future and his opposed savior. I could continue, but I think you get my point, Harry explained to a crestfallen Dumbledore. But it must be you. All of the pieces fit. To you, Harry retorted. They all apply to you. In that silly little brain of yours, all of this makes perfect sense. But for once, Dumbledore, think rationally. It makes no sense, the boy argued. You are the chosen one. You will be the one to lead the light when I am gone, the old man roared, as his power began to swirl around him. Fat chance. I don't want nor need to be a part of your light. Harry spat back, causing the headmaster and his familiar to shrink back as they had been struck. How dare you? The light will be your salvation. I don't need salvation, old man. And frankly, I don't want it, the young elemental scoffed, before he left the place in a fit of rage. As soon as the boy slammed the door closed, a backlash of accidental magic went through his hand and into the door, causing Dumbledore's entire office to be ruined by a wave of icy blue/midnight black energy. Papers were thrown in the air, magical instruments were knocked to the ground, and an old man with a weary heart was now left with nothing. Every fucking time I go in there, it always ends on some stupid shit. What the hell? XXXXXXXX. Astronomy Tower. After yet another failed negotiation with Dumbledore, Harry decided to go to the first place that he felt truly happy at Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower. This is where my life with you started, the boy reminisced. And it's also where my life with her began to end. As the boy continued to swing his feet over the edge of the incredibly tall building, he looked towards the sky for some sort of answer. Will this ever get easy? He silently questioned. Of course not. But that doesn't mean that it won't get better, a feminine voice responded, giving the boy a slight start. The other death, right? Why are you in my head? Because I'm your link to this dimension's Harry Potter. You could say that I am the link to all of them, but you two are the ones who are most compatible with me. Really? And he believes that? Of course he doesn't, but it's nice to dream. I suppose, Harry replied, as he slowly began to remove his necklace from his neck and his statue from his pocket. What are you going to do with those young one? I was thinking about throwing them away. I don't need them anymore. That part of my life is over. Interesting idea. But faulty. Those experiences are what make you you. Without them, you are nothing. And if I wish to become someone else, you can try. But I like the way you are now. It's kinda cute, and with that, Lady Death left the boy. Kinda cute, huh? Since when is depression and PTSD cute? As the night passed on, Harry found that every time that he tried to get rid of the necklace, he just simply couldn't. What is wrong with me? Why can't I do this? Harry cried aloud. Because that part of you needs to stay a part of you, a voice responded, causing the boy to go rigid with shock. It's okay, Harry, Madame Pomfrey assured, causing the boy to only slightly relax. I understand what you're going through. All the boy could do was scoffed before he retorted, how could you possibly know that? The woman only gave the boy a small smile before she sat beside him, albeit a bit slowly. I have lived for a very long time. You learn a few things? She chuckled, puzzling Harry at her unusually friendly attitude. Where was the stern woman that he had known since last summer? She's still here, Pomfrey reassured, giving Harry a start, as he quickly checked his mind's defenses for any intrusion, but found none. Oh yes, you won't find any. I have a special talent for reading people's emotions. Comes with the job, she supplied, giving the now wary boy a warm smile. Who are you? The boy questioned, feeling as if he didn't know this woman at all. And perhaps he never knew her to begin with. Who, me? Why, I'm just your everyday school nurse. The woman expertly dodged, giving the boy a wink as she stood to leave. Harry could only stare dumbfounded at the woman as she slowly walked away without another word, before she once again left the boy alone. What the hell? The young elemental asked himself, deeply confused about what had just happened. The boy was so confused, in fact, that he never noticed that both his necklace and Amarok statue were back in their respective spots. Nor did he notice the slip of paper within his pocket that someone had left him. No, Harry didn't notice a thing, as he continued to stare up into the beautiful night sky in vain. searching for answers that would never be found in the stars. They would be found within himself.